Well, that didn't work at all. Feels production man, but we're live. We're here. We're ready to go.
We are firing our production drone right out of the gate. Yeah, hi
Yeah,
everybody. We are here for the OSC Esports G Fuel Pink Drip Pylon
the pink
tournament.
drip pylon. Give me a good
Rolls
time.
off the tongue.
Pink drips often roll off the tongue. We're
This
gonna
is,
stop right there. That's too far already.
yeah, it's gonna
Um,
get weird. Mm.
welcome everybody. This bracket is way sicker than I think it has any right to be. Honestly.
It is pretty stacked. I looked at it this morning and I was like, oh, oh. That was pretty much my continued reaction. We got some of the best players in the world here.
Yeah, and it's
Look
only
at
going
the
to
stats.
keep getting better and better. There's not too many matches where I'm going to be really sad when one person is gone at the start here. There's a few,
Mm.
but I feel like it's just going to keep getting better and better as we go on.
Yeah, like there's a very GSL round of 32 to this round of 32 feel as well. Yeah, it's like, oh no, we lost I don't know. I don't want to. I don't want to take a too much of a, you know, bully anybody too hard.
Well,
But it's not like, oh, Ender lost in the first round. What are we gonna do?
much like the GSL round of 32, we may lose Percival in the first round.
Oh, that would be sad. I hope he does make it.
I kind of hope
Um,
so, but at the same time, if Percival makes it past the first round, that means Trap is out in the round of 32, and I'm pretty sure
yeah.
I would be able to hear the audible sound of a big snap as Gemini's heart broke. If that happens, like that would be, it would be really sad.
Yeah. It is stats that he will be playing against, so that would be a pretty massive upset. If you guys cast your minds back to his recent performance in Code A in GSL, he did lose to SOS. There were games that looked, I think, solid in terms of an overall plan, but SOS is just a little bit too brainy to trick, and especially in that second game, if you're going to play the tricky weird game, SOS is going to beat you every time.
Yeah, that's very accurate. SOS is he's the biggest brain of them all, perhaps.
He is sometimes he's one of those two steps ahead guy, where he's like, oh, sometimes he's actually like 5D chess, and it's a little bit too far ahead, and he plays himself, but sometimes it works and it looks fantastic.
It's at least fun to watch literally every time.
Yes, there is no such thing. Well, there's no such thing as a bad SOS game.
That's very accurate. Now, speaking of players that are fun to watch every time, we're going to be covering the Mio Micah series. And if you haven't had the pleasure of watching a lot of Mio Micah, he's a very, very unique Zerg player in the best
I
way
do not,
possible.
yeah, I do not get a lot of Mio Micah coverage. He does play ESL sometimes, and I watch him play against Nina quite a bit on
Mhm.
stream, on Nina's stream, but that's
Yes.
about my only point of reference for him.
Well, he is going to be playing a North American Protoss. However, it's not going to be Nina. It's going to be Astrea. Astrea.
Max Angel.
Max Angel.
Whoa. We gotta do the thing about him having the best.
The all-time best name in competitive esports. And nobody knows it because he goes by Astrea.
Wasn't Max Angel like literally a Simpsons bit?
It could have
No, it was
been.
Max Power. It was Max Power. Homer changed his name to Max Power.
Well,
It was like a whole.
At least in my mind, Astrea's middle name is Power. I like to think of him as Max Power Angel. Even if that's
Okay.
not true. His middle name could be like Chad for all I know, but in my brain, it's Power.
What if he just has like a really terrible middle name to counterbalance his awesome first and last name?
It's
Where
very
his middle
possible.
name is, like Mildred.
Honestly, like that doesn't sound too bad though. If you put it in there, like Max Mildred Angel, it's not too bad. I feel like there's worse ones that we could come up with.
What is the worst middle name for Max Angel we can come up with? We're just really coming out of the gate with the good jokes today too.
I feel like something really edgy. You know, if his middle name was like Dante, Max Dante Angel, and you're like, oh, what is that? Well, are we 14 on a forum right now?
It is me, Fallen Angel Edgeboy 69 420XX.
That's right, my favorite.
Well, there's our lobby link.
Oh,
You're gonna
yeah.
hop in?
Let's do it. Jagannatha, map 1.
I just noticed Miyamaika's his ID on Korea. I'm kind of digging it.
The Last
That is
of
definitely
Us.
how it feels to play Zerg right now.
He is the last of the Zergs. He's been doing very, very well on the ladder. And I think that kind of demonstrates how good or what kind of player Miyamaika is. Because he does well on ladder. Like, you know the kind of player that does well on ladder. It's a very specific type of player.
Yeah.
And that's Miyamaika. Miyamaika does well on ladder. But you said that he's been playing a lot against Nina. They've both been like battling for that #1 spot every week. So that's a lot of ZVP practice.
He's been pretty consistently top 2 or 3 in ladder heroes, I believe. Anyways, in the top right corner.
All right, hold on. Hold on, we have a sick G Fuel video we gotta watch first.
Excuse me.
Boom.
We have production value.
There we do high level production value here. All right, you may resume your introduction.
All right, in the top right corner, the red Zerg with the ID, The Last of Us. He is actually Miyamaika.
And his opponent in the lower left-hand corner, representing Alpha X. It is Estrella.
I think in general, if you were going to ask me who comes out ahead in this series, I would give it to Estrella, but not super overwhelmingly. Like on paper, he is the much better player, but Miyamaika can be weird, and it's such a weird time for NA right now too that maybe that factors into it.
Yeah, I think the biggest factor is I don't know how often they play against each other. Like, does Estrella ladder on North America that much? Is he super familiar with Miyamaika? Because Mio's kind of an aggressive player, and any Protoss player, except for maybe like Showtime and Stats, can just die to a Zerg all-in if you're not ready for it, right? They'll just kill you.
Yeah, for sure. Sometimes it can be hard, like for the first couple minutes of these games, if you can't keep that probe alive, the Zerg can just slap down a Roach Ward and go, and you can just die. I think that's less true with the prevalence of Void Ray openers right now.
Yeah.
You'll still take a lot of damage, and that might be enough to cripple the Protoss, but it's not always an outright win like it sometimes would have been historically.
Yeah, I do think the fact that Bly still wins games kind of indicates that Zerg has some aggressive possibilities
Yes.
still available to them.
That is a very good point. Like, I don't think that the Void Ray or anything is broken in this matchup. It just gives you a lot of map control and safety options.
Yeah, it's a very solid opening, and it certainly has its weaknesses too. We've seen plenty of Hydras and Queens and things of that nature on the other side of the map causing a ruckus.
I really like that there's been a wide variation too in the responses to Void Rays. Oh, just getting in here with those Zerglings. Almost gets a probe, but not quite. Can you get it?
Forcing a lot of probes to be pulled though. This is a ton of lost mining time for just a few lings at the start. He does grab a different probe.
Yeah, and he's keeping this Adept at home too. It's not going across the map trying to get pressured on.
Yeah, very, very nice, annoying start there for Miyamaika. A lot of people may not be familiar with Mio. I think Estrella probably has... I think most people at this point probably know who Estrella is. He's been a very strong American Protoss for a long time. Was in Korea for a while and looking very good. But I think Miyamaika might be a little less known. It's worth pointing out that he's been top of the ladder in North America very consistently over the last like year, honestly.
Yeah. Every week I see ladder heroes, or is it every month? Every time I see ladder heroes results from Fear Dragon, Mio Mike is always on that list, man. He might not always be first, but he's always like top 3.
Yeah, I think it is every week. At least it feels like it.
This is quite a few lings here from Mio Micah. He's gonna try and get something done with this.
I think this is the try to stop the third timing lings. Ooh,
Yeah,
and he is going to get right on top of these adepts. He'll grab one, the second one gets out of there, but only barely.
Yeah. Pylon finishing up that wall, but Mio Micah is going to start chewing away at the Cyber Core.
Yeah, this is a problem. Warp Gate finishes, that's really, really important. But this wall is being very, very chewed up here. And the first Oracle's coming back. The second one just popped out, so the lings aren't going to be able to just kill everything. But they are forcing Oracle energy. They're forcing that first Oracle to pull back. That's a lot of mitigated drone damage just from that.
Yeah, I really love this so far.
Unfortunately, there was a probe hiding at the third. The lings could have gone and killed it and stopped this third from going up so soon, but they kind of missed their opportunity there.
Yeah, now the lings are getting cleaned up, and I think losing them is a little bit rough. It's not like the end of the world. It's not like your all-in got held or something, but it does force you to keep making stuff at home to try and respond to whatever is going to come across the map for the crackback. If he could have kept those lings alive and pressuring the third a little bit more, I think that would have been much better, because now the Oracles just get to float on in here. Actually not getting too much done.
Yeah, and there's another big set of lings moving across the map right now. This is kind of interesting because those Oracles really want to come back and defend. But that's not a great use of their time. I think this third should be just fine, though.
Yeah, that's a few lings that are going to get here.
Oracles come back, they're going to both turn on. The lings forcing that energy gone again, but the third stays alive.
Yeah, I think only one of them has enough to turn back on, and even then for only a few seconds. Okay, there's finally a Void Ray. Yeah, there's no way these lings can't kill this third now, right?
The Adepts are nicely positioned. Looks like a couple of Sentries going to warp in, but are they going to finish in time? Oracles are pretty low on energy. This is looking very dicey, actually, but I think the link count is just a little too low. Those force fields keeping the one Adept alive. That Adept has 15 kills.
Wow. Hero Adept. Give it up for that Adept.
Right?
Everybody in the chat.
I feel like that Adept needs a name.
How about Slappy?
Slappy the Adept. I love it. I don't know what that
Adepts
means,
kinda have
but
that slappiness to them with the way they shove the
it's true.
glaive out, you know?
Mia Micah is not done by any means. There are Hydras here now. These Hydras, they don't have... Oh, they do have their range upgrade, but they're still moving very slow. More lings coming in. A shield battery's up, and there's plenty of energy for an overcharge. So I think that's going to be able to hold on for a while. The shield battery being targeted down here. I don't know if there's enough Hydras to actually fight this just yet.
God, slow Hydras look so sad when they try and retreat like that. He's gonna pick off one Oracle?
There's a lot on the ground here for Estrella. This feels like it's not quite going to work.
You know, I actually would have liked this better if instead of this Hydra push, Mio had thrown on a Bane Nest and just tried to Bane Bust that awkward wall at the natural.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like a Bane Bust wouldn't have been too bad there, but now with 2 Immortals out, there's a few Sentries still alive, so Force Field's going to be key in defending Banes. So I think that timing is a little bit gone. It's just going to be more Hydras coming out.
Yeah, and Estrella has managed to get or inch closer to the Colossus tech. They haven't quite hit the field yet, but that will be instrumental for cleaning up these little lane mobiles. Ooh, great force
my
field.
God, those force fields are too good. And a whole bunch of Adepts get warped in. Now these lings are just completely trapped. They will eventually get out of here, but how many can get out? All right,
Okay,
a lot.
He's gonna get some away. Something.
Yeah, an amount.
But that is not enough time for this first Colossus to hit the field.
Yeah, and like one Colossus does wonders against this composition.
Yeah,
Unless it dies very quickly, like immediately. Okay. That's a great start there for Mio. But this is so many Adepts. They don't have glaives. Actually, Blink's on the way. I'd kind of love to just see glaives here. You have this many Adepts?
Why not?
Yeah, I would love to see that. Adepts are already going to be very good against Lings and Hydras, though the Hydra's trying to dive into this. There should be an overcharge. No, it's still on cooldown.
Adepts are good enough, though, that they actually are just holding this.
Yeah, they don't seem to care too much about Lings and Hydras. And the Immortals are doing key damage as well. Like, they're not great against these units, but they still do a ton of backbone damage.
Yes, that's true. They do chug away at stuff. Just... I really like that angle that the Adepts were tugged in. Oh my god, not another Colossus.
That Colossus almost did exactly what the one before it did. Mio Micah is on 46 drones right now. This kind of had to work about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, I'm right with you there. Like I said, if this had been Banelings and we had just gone for Banes and Bane speed instead of Hydras, I think this could have been a game for Mio. I don't know. Estrella is good enough that he could probably just be like, oh, you're going to Bane Bug Speed? Alright, here's 2 force fields. Sorry, nerd.
Yeah, I really like this unit composition from Estrella. Like, just the choice to warp in all these Adepts earlier on. Now with the second Colossus popping out, it feels like there's no way for this army of Mio to actually do anything. There's nothing substantial that can actually fight against the Colossi.
Yeah, and I mean, minus losing that first Colossus for next to free, Estrella's armor positioning has been really, really good this game. He's just always in position to intercept these little run-bys. You get those really crisp force fields earlier, and yeah, Colossi Life picks off game number 1.
GG. That was very that was all in after all in there for Mio.
That is the NA special. If the first all in does not succeed, double down. And if that doesn't succeed, double down again. And if that doesn't succeed, double down some more. And if that doesn't succeed, blame Protoss.
It's a good plan. I think that's the plan that we're seeing happen right now. We're seeing it in action. But I mean, that's kind of what I was talking about, though, right? How often does that build work on ladder? Probably pretty often.
Yeah, I would bet, actually. Just a random 46-ish Hydra. That's a very, like, 2017 way to play, too. When Hydras only had their one upgrade, there was that one window where you could just do, like, 55 drone Hydra timings and kill Protoss all day. Oh, that was the dream.
Memories. Memories. Thank you, Crikey Ducklings, for the raid. Welcome, Ducklings.
Quack. That is my greeting to these ducklings.
That's an appropriate greeting. Although, I don't know. Do you speak duck? Do you know what you just said?
Did I just say a slur? I'm so sorry if I said a slur.
You could have said all sorts of things. We would have no idea. I don't speak duck.
One of my favorite brands of weird Twitch chat people is like, hey, streamer, say this thing in a foreign language. I'm like, no.
No, thank you. I would actually rather not. I appreciate it, though.
Anyways, in the top left corner, the red Zerg fighting for his life. He may have the tag The Last of Us, but he is actually Mio Micah.
And this might be the last for him, as his opponent is up 1-0 in the series. This is a best of 3. So a quick start here for Alpha X. He's looking good. It's Estrella.
He is just a good-looking gentleman, isn't he? He really is. He's just a good, wholesome boy.
I mean, with a name like Max Angel, you're going to be good-looking. It's foregone. It's a foregone conclusion.
How funny would it be if he was actually like some 2-bit crook? Not saying that he is. Just like, what if his name was Max Angel and he's just like, you know, the weird local neighborhood dealer?
I mean, I guess that's like good cover, right?
Yeah.
That being said, you got to be real careful, because if you're getting into any trouble and you give like a cop your ID and it says Max Angel, they're going to go, okay, buddy, come on.
This is clearly a fake ID.
Yeah, like, what are you doing?
So we can get this over with.
Like, I'm afraid of being like pulled over, because right now I live in Oregon, but I have a Hawaii driver's license and my name is Montana. So like, the chance that somebody looks at that and like the cop looks at that and just goes, no, what are you doing?
I would pay money to watch that.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
I don't need that in my life.
Well, once again, Mio, gonna send some links out here and see if you can find a little opportunity to pick off a probe or two.
Yeah, just that handful of lings. Just ignores the probe out in front of the base, though. That one can stay.
Yeah. Again, how funny would it be if Estrella just like threw down a forge and cannon rush with that probe? It'd be very out of character. Oh, he's gonna get this pylon?
Yeah, that pylon is going down. I mean, the adept is gonna pop out in time, but that's super annoying. The probe died too. I think Estrella tried to wall, but like kind of just completely miffed it. This adept shade does not succeed, so now the probes are left to fend for themselves up in the main base. Good probe micro though.
Yeah, still loses 2 probes. I would trade 2 probes for 4 lings all day.
2 probes and the pylon. Like that's a solid trade. There's a lot of production loss too. That second adept is so far away from actually coming out that I mean, Mio can kind of just chill back at home.
The heater just kicked on, by the way. I don't know if that picked up on the microphone since we have it cranked up.
I didn't hear it at all. So
okay, good.
But I can
I'm
feel the warmth from your presence though.
Okay, good. It's very Kentucky weather today. Yesterday it was 70 and today it's like below freezing again.
So I think you're in Kentucky and I'm Chicken. I feel like there's a casting duo name here that we could use.
No.
I'm thinking maybe Popeyes is the way to go.
Okay, fine. We can do that one. That's,
excellent.
Sure.
It's perfect because everybody's gonna go, what? And then maybe they'll figure it out and we'll feel very clever.
It's Bojangles, dude.
Duh.
Duh.
Obviously it's Church's Chicken. Come on.
Well, Estrella getting his tech together. First Oracle about to hit the field and go across the map here.
Yeah, we've got Oracle into Void Ray, which is not the order I'm used to seeing. So wants to get some damage done with this Oracle, and or maybe a little worried about another Ling Flood.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a very reasonable fear. But actually, it's gonna be Mutas out of Mio Micah. What a crafty boy.
It's actually a 4.5 minute Spire. The classic.
And it's gonna be scouted. Oh my
no,
God,
it's not scouted.
Dad always researches that one.
Actually, he didn't see it.
He did not see it. But I
just
just want to warn you to be careful when you're looking at Estrella's vision that he uses the Diva Announcer. I don't know how you feel about that. Some people feel very strongly against that.
I think the Diva Announcer is great. I would actually use it just to annoy people. But,
excellent.
There are too many people who it actually annoys, and they get annoyed.
Yeah, I mean that's a very valid reason to use it. I like to apologize to chat when it happens. I know for some people, it is the end of the world actually.
I love the very bubbly e-girl aesthetic that's super obnoxious. I think it's so fun. I want to lean into it. Oh my God, ring around the Nexus. Lings, get that probe.
They get the probe. More and more Lings. This is a lot of Lings. And that Spire, again, was not scouted, which is very important.
Estrella's trying to move into more advanced robo attack here. He does have the Stargate already, so he could just swap into Phoenix, but I don't think he's going to know until it's too late here.
These mutas are going to be the saddest surprise of Estrella's day right now. Oh, wait, there's one Phoenix being chrono boosted right now.
They're attacking your base, you know.
What?
Something must have tipped him off with, I guess, how late the clear is. And...
It might be a combination of that and maybe realizing, hey, there's 4 gases that have been taken. And just Lings are out right now. That could be the tell. But it's only 1 Phoenix, so maybe it wasn't actually a tell.
I don't... What is the... Okay, now there's a second Phoenix started up. I was going to say, what is the deal with 1 Phoenix? But never mind.
What is the deal with this Phoenix food? Oh my God, no shield battery here. The Lings just get right in. There's no block on that wall. The Mutas are fighting against Stalkers and Sentries right now, which is a very happy time for them. And with just 1 Phoenix, like, sure, that Phoenix, I guess it's 2 now, they can micro for years, but the Mutas are just winning the fight against every other unit, and there's nothing to clean up the Lings now. There's nothing to stop these Lings. A fresh warp in happens, but the Mutas are just here to kill those ground units at this point. The Phoenix have cleaned them up. 30 more Lings on the way. And does Estrella have enough to actually hold on to a third base here?
That's actually so funny. Mio could have just gone in there. He had the doors open.
I actually don't know why. He wants to get the guaranteed damage to the third. And then if he can break in after that, maybe he'll try. And he just pulls back.
Yeah, he's getting that Hydra Den again. I don't know. I feel like that was a little bit...
Cancels the Hydra Den.
Okay.
Goes into Corruptors.
You know what, Mio? I'm just going to let you do your thing, and I'm going to sit back and enjoy it. I'm not going to try it.
Mio's a pro. There is a Colossus very close to finishing up right now, so these Lings won't be able to do anything once that pops out. They can just... That can just sit behind these Zealots for eternity against Lings.
This is true, unless it waddles down a cliff on accident and explodes sadly again.
That's true. That would be very sad. That being said, I actually really love these Corruptors now that I'm thinking about the fact that there's a Colossus out and only Phoenixes to stop the Corruptors.
Yeah.
That's a magnificent choice. Suddenly this Colossus seems really silly because the Corruptors are just going to come over and like one-shot him.
Yeah, Estrella still has not managed to even try to plant a third. The Lings are doing a pretty good job of maintaining map control. I think that Estrella is kind of in the go kill you setting, though.
Absolutely. He has gone up to 63 drones, which is a very impressive amount for this kind of North American style. But there's one Archon to defend this Colossus. And somehow, I don't know if that's going to be enough.
I love this, though, because, yeah, he can just poke up in here on the high ground. The Archon can't actually chase. I don't think he can fit through that wall. Gets the Colossus.
Yeah, Colossus goes down. There are a ton of... I mean, this is the most anti-Ling army I've ever seen. But we have Mutas coming out again. And I love this for Mio. Mio's just going full air.
This is some 5-dimensional chess right now, but these Phoenixes, 9 drones and counting. That's rough, especially when you were already on a relatively low drone count.
Yeah, this is a very nice play from the Phoenixes. Estrella finding any bit of damage he can. The third base getting attacked by Mutas and Lings, but it's Zealots and Archons. This is the best army Estrella could possibly have against this, and it just completely demolishes that fight.
I love those two, like, last-minute shield batteries, or like, I guess just in case, but it doesn't matter because it's Zealots and Archons, and they just totally steamrolled everything anyways.
Who needs shield batteries? Not these guys. And now Estrella's like, I just killed your whole army, and I think I can do it again. He's going to put some pressure on right now. I love the Phoenix coming across with this as well. Just going to put extra damage on any Mutas that are out. I don't think Mia can hold this.
Again, we're just going to see Estrella. I think you kill my third, I want revenge. I will take your third. Or just dive into your natural action.
I want revenge. I'm going to kill everything. Oh my god. Oh, the Mutas fighting against an Archon, taking so much damage against these. They will take the Archons down, and the Corruptors are going to be able to take care of everything else, but I guess it's not going to be enough.
Man, those Archon hits hurt my soul.
They were pretty rough.
Having been on the receiving end of many of those. Oof.
Watching Mutas die to splash damage is both, it's a beautiful thing, and it's painful to watch. It hurts.
Who among us can't relate? Oh, I just said the thing. Isn't that one of the memes of the youth now?
Among Us?
It's the new loss.
It is a meme. I have not played that. I don't know about you.
I have played a little bit of it. It's okay. I'm kind of notorious for not liking werewolf or mafia style party games, but it fixes my problem with those in that you actually have stuff to do in the downtime, so it's not
you're not just
a lot
chilling
of sitting around silently. Yeah. So Rogue advancing 2-0 over Haas, Trap 2-0 over Percival. I don't think either of those were surviving or surprising. Ugh. See who else here. Solar 2-0 over Nightmare again. Not surprising.
Zaun taking out Soul 2-0 actually does kind of surprise me. I feel like Soul, I would expect Soul to do really well. Maybe Zaun had some like really cheeky early game builds though. I could see those just bopping Soul.
Yeah, I don't know. I've not gotten to see a ton of either of them to really have a
Yeah.
good read on.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I bet you Zaun just like 4-gate stalkered or something, and just had like solid blink stalker micro. That kind of thing is really tough for, I think, would be really tough for Soul to defend. But like, honestly, if a game goes late between them, I think I'd favor Soul.
Yeah, I don't know what the ping is like from EU to Korea, either.
It is pretty rough.
Okay.
It's I feel like it's a lot of ping. That number's got to be over 250. I feel like.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's unfortunate, but it makes sense because I know like if you're West Coast NA, sometimes you can play Korea. I don't know. Geography's hard.
It is hard. That's true. Accurate.
Anyways, the Earth is flat is the takeaway here. Linear distance is a meme created by big rulers to sell more rulers.
To sell more rulers. I see. What do those rulers measure? Is that like, wouldn't it benefit rulers if the Earth was flat? Because then it'd be easier to measure like ground things by just stacking rulers next to each other. I think I see a flaw in your theory here.
What if we just had a bunch of objects of the same fixed length by decree of some regent or ruler? Oh, that's where it comes from, dude.
Oh my god. You're solving things now.
We have fixed history tonight.
We fixed it. We fixed all of the history ever, actually.
Let's see here.
Well, Ryung and Armani, I think, are still playing. So we don't have a follow-up match to just hop right into.
Well, we could sit here and stare at each other awkwardly. Do you want to have a staring contest?
I mean, it's extra awkward because you actually can't see me. So I could just tell you that I've won the staring contest and you wouldn't know otherwise.
Oh no, this competition's clearly rigged. I want to complain now.
All right.
To the chicken manager.
Yeah.
Chickenman.
Should I put like a hat on or something to be the manager? Like, hey, I'm the manager. What can I do for you?
Just go bust out the Chickenman mask.
There you go. The Chickenman is the manager. He's not a very nice manager, so I wouldn't expect anything.
Well, you know what? It doesn't count unless you try. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, something like that.
True. That's pretty accurate. What if you accidentally got a shot in, though?
What if you accidentally got what?
Got a shot in. Like, if it was an accident, like you didn't take a shot. Because especially, that's a Wayne Gretzky quote, right? Like, what if you tried to pass the puck, but like it accidentally bounced off somebody's like skate or something and went in? Does that count as taking a shot? Because like you didn't take a shot, but you still got a goal.
In that position, a lot of people made mistakes that shouldn't have allowed it to happen in the first place.
That you just summed up how the world exists. That's like civilization in a nutshell.
Now I'm sad. Thanks, Chickenman. Do you want to get on this party?
You're welcome. Sure. I like partying.
I like the big boy.
He is the big boy.
Oh, Beyond and Zaun actually about to start. You want to dip out then?
Let's do it.
Let's dip. Okay.
Beyond and Zaun. That's actually super sick. Oh, and Rogue versus TY coming up too? Ooh. Wow.
Wow. I've done that but playing soccer.
Artosis' chat is being kind of hopeless. Oh no. Hopeless about what though?
Oh, it's just everything.
Wow.
Any doomers in the chat?
Big doomer energy.
Big doomers.
Ah, no doomers here, man. This is a sick match. I'm ready for it. All right, we're gonna watch our sick G Fuel energy video. Ooh, This tournament's sponsored by G Fuel Energy Pink Drip Pylon. Oh wait, it's just the Pink Drip is the flavor. Pink Drip Pylon's the tournament name. We got it.
Brand new flavor. We figured it out. We got there.
I'm excited to try it. I sadly did not get my delivery of G Fuel in time for this. It turns out delivery takes a while sometimes. Feels bad, man.
Yeah, I didn't get any either. Not that I was offered any. I didn't get it either.
It's very sad. I'll let you know how it tastes when I try it though, because
I await your review with bated breath. In the top right corner though, the Red Protoss repping Team Alpha X. He is Zaun.
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 And his opponent in the lower left-hand corner for the Shopify Rebellion. It is our blue Terran, Bjorn.
Have we ever decided on what pronunciation of Zaun we're going with? Is it Zaun?
I'm going with Zaun because I like to pronounce names phonetically, and that's what it is phonetically to me.
I'm on board with this. I think the dumb American strategy of pronouncing names is correct in general.
It's... I don't know. I just... Yeah, I don't know. There's no, like, right way, right? I mean, there is a right way. But also, the right way is Zaun.
Just ask? But where's the fun in that?
That's no fun. It's too late, actually. It's too late.
Hey, pause, please. We need to check how to pronounce your name.
I don't know. I'm a big fan of things being spelled phonetically if it's not, like, a word in the language.
Yeah.
You know?
For sure.
In Hawaiian, they decided to spell Hawaiian words phonetically in English, and it's about 95% there. Not every letter and word sounds exactly like it's supposed to in English, but they did a damn good job. Like, there's some long words in Hawaiian, and all you have to do is, like, focus for a minute, and you can just read it because it's pronounced phonetically.
That's neat, because I feel like they tried to do that with, like, Chinese and Japanese, but it was all, like, drunk Brits in the 1800s. So it's kind of all over the place.
There's a lot of sounds that, like, we just don't really have in English. That's a big problem between languages.
Imagine not using the same set of sounds and letters for every language. This post brought to you by Esperanto Gang.
I don't know what that is.
It was an attempt at a worldwide language in the 80s that combined aspects of lots of different common languages. It was weird.
Interesting. I feel like that's our big problem with Zaun, to be honest with you. Is that whatever the, like, zh start of the name is, it's an awkward feeling in our English-speaking mouths, our American-speaking mouths.
Yeah, I don't know. I went to public school in Kentucky. What do you want from me?
Can only ask for so much. All
I
right,
can read.
We should probably
we
should probably talk about this game at some point in this game. Not that there's a ton of exciting things happening, but we do have Phoenixes coming out. I think Phoenix PvT is an interesting choice here for Zaun.
I really like these Phoenix Colossi styles. I don't think there's been a robo yet to head that way. Beyond's got some mines hidden around in his base too, so if Zaun tries to get cheeky and dive in here, he could just eat a mine to the face for his trouble.
Yeah, that is something to worry about, especially with a Viking and a Cyclone coming out as well. This is very anti-air defense here for Beyond.
This is also such a Beyond army, by the way. It's just like, here's a random Cyclone with my bio and a Viking. There's so much micro ability here to defend whatever weirdness comes your way.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to dive into a Beyond base, right? You never know what you're going to find in there, and it's always going to be microed perfectly. But kind of interesting that we're not seeing Beyond do anything aggressive, basically at all. This is all very defensive play. Just let me get my units out. You're not going to be able to do damage to me. But also, he's not doing any damage to Zaun.
Yeah, it's a very passive game so far.
And there's that Robo Bay like you're talking about. So Zaun gonna be going into those Colossi as he takes his third base.
I really like that Beyond's also adding a bunch of Ravens in here. It's a lock on one of the Phoenixes. Gonna scrape the paint.
The shields are down.
My shields are down. They came from behind.
Ooh, Widowmine almost connects. Cyclone. Oh, it does more than just kill the shields. It took 20 hit point damage as well. Wow.
See, I'm sad that we're never gonna get an announcer back because mine would just be doing weird Zerg noises and like dated Star Wars fighter pilot sounds for Phoenixes, that kind of thing. That's what I would do.
Just make noises for all the units coming out.
Yeah.
Instead of like actual voice lines, you just make random noises.
It would just be me slurping into a microphone for like an hour and a half. And they'd be like, I paid $10 for this? And I'm like, yeah, you did, sucker.
It's a good strat. Phoenix is sharking around, grabbing a Marine here and there.
And I don't think... Yeah, Zaun has not lost a unit yet.
I mean, to be fair, Beyond lost his scouting Hellion and that Marine.
This is also true.
It's like you said, it's been a very passive game. Like, really incredibly passive, but that's gonna end soon. Beyond's planning on moving out. There's no third command center. Oh, I lied. There's one on the way. But it feels kind of late here, and Beyond's got a lot of army.
Is Stim still a decent ways off? I really don't know. Like, I'm kind of with you there. I feel like you go if you're gonna play this passively.
I mean, the longer he waits, the worse it's gonna be. There's already 2 Colossi out. Thermal Lance is almost done. Charge is definitely not gonna be done because the move out's almost started up.
Yeah, +1 just started for Zaun as well. While Beyond has his +1 attack done. Yeah, this might be a pretty spooky push, but he's gonna see it maybe right away here with the Phoenixes, and he's just gonna dive into the man.
Yeah, he's spotted that it's moving out. He might try to pick off a unit or 2 on the backside. These tanks and marauders are kind of slow, so Beyond's gotta be careful about that.
If he can get a tank before the siege is up, that would be very juicy. I don't think he's bold enough to try it though.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody can stop him with the Marines, it's gonna be Beyond, who's actually taking down these rocks, and it's an interesting choice.
I like that the tanks are sieged up there though, because yeah, now it's got a nice little anchor spot for a Tracer. Ooh, I think a couple good Colossus pot shots, and that Raven anti-armor missile connecting with the Colossi.
Yeah, one of the Colossi gonna go down, but the 2 on the left side still standing pretty strong right now. Zealots charging in to not much at all. The Phoenixes though are taking advantage of the lack of Marines. They're just gonna dive back here. Not enough Marines to really target these Phoenixes down. The Colossi chewing through the bio. Super Shield Battery trying to save the Colossi. One of them stays alive. And I think the Phoenixes can clean up the rest of this.
Yeah, no, that was a really clean hold by Zaun. He lost a lot of gateway units underneath this, a lot of meat with, kept both Colossus alive. He still has a decent Phoenix count. I'm all about this.
Yeah, you know what? I do really like that hold for Zaun, especially since Beyond hasn't taken his third base yet. Like, he's just taking it right now.
Yeah, it's not GG, but it's... Beyond is not happy with how that attack went for sure.
Yeah, I think he needed to get a little bit more damage done. Maybe start to get onto the probe line or something like that, but it ended up just being an army trade, and when you're down in mining, you don't really want just an army trade.
Yeah, like, he didn't get any workers, he didn't reset the high-tech count of the Protoss. That was just a very tepid push out of Beyond. And now this kind of push coming across the map from Zaun. He's gathered up the boys and he's like, alright, what you got?
Yeah, this is going to be a very nice push. The Marines also drawn all the way into the main base already. They've got to run back down. There's one turret here, but there's not a ton of anti-air. Like, honestly, even the Marine count is not that high, so shooting down Phoenixes is going to be pretty difficult.
Yeah, and there's a couple tanks in nice positions back here, but they're going to get lifted up. Does Zaun just do this?
I think he might be able to just do this. His third base is feeling very exposed. There is a decent amount of bio here, though, and Ghost actually EMPing. Funny enough, Phoenixes do need their energy to lift stuff up. And the Colossi are all going to fall, but another massive warping of charge lots. That +1 is done for Zaun, although Beyond is on 1-1 himself. Zaun going to try to just push up here. 19 SCVs have already gone down, so even if this push gets held, Beyond is in a pretty terrible spot.
Yeah, I think he's just dead here, honestly. Already at 30 SCVs lost. Still continuing to fall. He's going to lose that tanking. Another warping round.
Yeah, Zaun is committing very hard to this, but he's got a 4th base already finished behind this. I think he's going to back out here, and Beyond is going to realize just how bad of a spot he's in. There it is. GG.
I like that Beyond was so snappy on the ghost call there. I actually think that was really cool. The EMPs were a pretty smart idea against the Phoenixes, especially given that Zaun tends to clump them pretty hard as you're kind of. It unfortunately just wasn't quite there in terms of the overall timing.
Yeah, if that EMP had been earlier before the 2 tanks died down there, if it had, I mean, it's a lot of ifs for Beyond to hold. We kind of talked about it. The push from Beyond it wasn't all in, but it was very committed. He needed to get a certain amount of damage done, and I just don't think he quite reached that threshold. Zaun didn't make any mistakes on the counterattack, and it looked very good.
I think if Zaun waited like 10, 15 more seconds on that counter push, Beyond would have actually not had too much difficulty holding that counter push. So that was actually really crisp, getting in there before the ghost could actually be super effective. But in the top left corner, taking the first map, representing Team Alpha X, he is Zaun.
And his opponent in the lower right, the Terran hero, the heart of Terran players. It is the Shopify Rebellions, Beyond.
It's Micro Jackson himself.
I
think it'll be surprising if he gets knocked out this early.
It would be very surprising, but Zaun is looking sharp. 2-0ing Soul and already up 1-0 against Beyond right now. I love to see it. Zaun's been one of those players that I think has looked very good for a while, but hasn't had a fantastic result. You know, he hasn't had, I guess actually there was Super Tournament. He did very well in the most recent Super Tournament, right?
I think that's correct.
I feel like he beat some really big players in that.
I'm looking at Liquipedia really quickly while they scout each other.
Shout out to Liquipedia.
Shout out to Liquipedia, because I don't have a functional memory.
Oh my god, yeah, my memory's abysmal. I literally saw this the other day. That's why I remembered it, but I don't even remember what player it was or how he did in the tournament.
You are correct, by the way. He took 2nd place, losing to Trap 2-4 in the finals.
Damn, 2nd place. That's I completely forgot he got to the finals. That's super impressive, and it shows the kind of player he is. And I mean, that, much like this, is just a bracket tournament, right? So that's where it often favors Protoss players, I think, is the general consensus.
Yeah, and Beyond, again, has been having continual wrist issues on and off. I don't know what his status is right now. I don't think I saw his code. He played in Code A, right? He got put in Code A and he played a...
Yeah, I didn't get to watch the match. It was very close, and it was a long TVT against Cure, but Cure ended up winning that, and I think, like you're talking about his wrist, the longer a series goes, the worse it is, right? So even if Beyond does make it through here, I feel like as we get further in the day, it's going to be harder and harder for him to keep up the speed.
Yeah. Alright, we're getting a little proxy in here too.
Yeah, Zaun's not going to take it easy. I feel like this is going to be... Feels like it might be kind of committed.
Yeah, but I kind of like this. You know what? I'm up a game. I think I can just kill you in advance and go get a snap. I always like these kind of plays.
Yeah, when you're already up game 1 and you're like, I'm just going to put all the pressure on. Let's try to finish this one up. 3 gates right now. We don't have any tech at all from Zaun.
Yeah, are we just gonna 4-gate Stalker like it's 2010 again? Oh, there's a Robo. There.
Well, I mean, 3-gate Robo is pretty 2010 as well, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I did in 2010, is make a bunch of stalkers and a colossus and go across the map, and if they won, they won, and if I won, I won.
There you go. That's the classic strat of, I'm gonna build these units, they're pretty good, and I think if I A move I might win.
Yeah, there was some peak Gold League Protoss in 2010. Like, I'm just gonna make some stuff and shove it at you and say, deal with it.
Yeah, and we don't have a bunker here for Beyond at all. He's actually getting Hellions out first, which is probably the worst 2 units he could have here. Oh, he's gonna run by though. Maybe he can get some damage done on the other side of the map at the same time. But where? Oh, his Marines are in a medevac. Oh no. Oh, he's pulling that medevac back immediately. He needs those units here. He just wasn't counting on this at all.
Yeah, there's a mine up on the high ground, so if he does try and just get up this ramp a little bit too aggressively, okay, that's gonna take the mine hit.
Yeah, I love that from Zaun. Just, who needs that adept? And it looks like the Hellions on the other side of the map didn't actually get anything done.
Yeah, I mean, with the shield batteries already done, they're not gonna be super good against these stalkers. 3 Hellions will one-shot a probe. Even with a shield battery there, but I don't know. It's a weird situation. I default to Beyond's judgment in these.
Well, Beyond's got a tank out now, and he's just gonna go. Oh my god. That's a bold move. Zaun's got more units here. These adepts can absolutely just shade right on top of this siege tank. Oh, they're gonna go by. He's gonna go by. Beyond doesn't get the lift up. Auto turrets do a lot of DPS, but the adepts can just kind of run away. Again, that medevac is forced to pull back, so Zaun, just no pressure on him this whole game. And with some nice targeting here, 5 workers going down, 6 workers going down.
Yeah, and force that Raven auto turn at home too, so the Raven doesn't have energy for whatever comes next. I really, really like how Zaun's playing.
Yeah, this is a beautiful start to this game. It feels kind of like a Max Packs move, to be honest. You know, I'm going to pressure you at a time where you're going to be completely unprepared. You're just not going to have any idea this is coming. And in the meantime, I'm going to macro super hard. And his third base is almost done. The question is, can he hold this counter push? A couple of tanks and a handful of Marines.
I think, unless he really gets caught with his pants down here somehow. Okay, gonna find this before it can siege up. Force it to siege up way far back. This game has only just started for Beyond as well. There's no way he can.
Yeah, I think this push is pretty much over, honestly. There's enough stalkers here to delay it for years. And, I mean, there's an Immortal already out. Blink's almost done. And once Blink is done, I mean, this attack it's honestly very dead. So I like the pullback from Beyond. I think that's the smart choice. But he's in a really tough place. This is awful.
This is the 3rd time, by the way, this game where Beyond has gone across the map with a medevac full of boys and just been like, all right, I guess I gotta turn around and go.
Yeah, and that's not the kind of thing that Beyond likes to do. No Terran player likes to do that, but I'm sure Beyond least of all. He really wants to get aggressive and put the pressure on his opponent. And Zaun has completely disallowed that this entire game.
Yeah, I love when people dictate the pace of the game. It's always a strong thing. People who don't know me, I played a lot of Magic the Gathering back in the day, and tempo, like game tempo, is a very strong concept in that game. So I carry that over into StarCraft. I love people who can do this kind of, I'm gonna dictate your moves, keep you at home, and then I can do whatever I want to do because I know exactly where you're gonna be forced, so I look like a big brain genius.
Yeah, I think these kinds of games are really, really, they're really, really important, especially like in a series. You know, you can play a standard game anytime, but when you mix in a build like this, it can absolutely just catch your opponent completely off guard. Like we saw it happen to Beyond this game. He just was fully unprepared for this. And Zaun is in such a good spot. Storm is done, Blink is done, Charge and +1 are almost finished up. And Beyond, he still hasn't made it across the map. Those first 2 Hellions are his only units to like cross the halfway point so far this game. Because Zaun is dictating the pace. He's saying, no, you need to stay home. You do not have the ability to pressure because you are scared of what I have.
I think as a viewer, these kind of games might be a little bit boring to watch because I can see why you would look at this and go, all right, there's not a lot. It's kind of lopsided. Zaun's just kind of stopping this. 1, he is the underdog in this matchup. And 2, I just think like intellectually, as a caster, these are my favorite kind of games. Oh man, look at how smart he is. doing all these little moves, forcing his opponent into corners, and then saying, all right, well, if you're backed in a corner, I'm just going to kill you.
I mean, it's really fantastic play by Zound. It's worth noting how difficult this is to do in a game of StarCraft, let alone against world champion Beyond. Like, you know, he's not playing, you know, some random mid GM level Terran here. This is Beyond that he's able to do this to, and that's incredibly impressive for a player like Zound, who hasn't had that critical success of a lot of Protoss players. But he's gonna dive in with this. The Prism gets locked down, but 3 of the High Templar get out. A couple of very nice storms. I just don't think there's enough here for Beyond. He's got a medevac halfway across the map that's just walking home slowly right now. GG gets called.
Wow. Zound taking it 2-0.
Absolutely dominating performance there for Zound.
If you were going to ask me who the 2-0 in this matchup was, I would have never in a million years said Zound. I would have said maybe a 2-1 or something. Maybe?
Yeah, I could absolutely have seen a 2-1 or like a really close 2-0 where the games are on edge, but sure, maybe it edges out to Zound both times. But not just a complete bop. Like, Zound just smacked him down, and now I'm not so surprised that he beat Soul 2-0 after watching those games.
Yeah, that was some StarCraft, ladies and gentlemen and unaffiliated friends. That was some just masterclass in how you should think about and play a strategy game. Yeah.
Very excellent StarCraft play there. Oh, and you know what I didn't notice? Armani is not playing anymore. Nice is the replacement.
Oh.
So Ryung was playing against Armani, but he's now playing against Nice.
Nice.
Like,
nice.
I don't know how that's going. I don't know how far along they are.
Oh, speaking of another Ender joke I had prepped, but since we're not going to get any Ender games, apparently, according to Aligilag, Ender right now is the number 69th non-Korean player. Nice.
Ooh, nice. Wow. There are Matcherino codes. I think people have been using them in the Twitch chat.
Yes, there are also some Matcherino quests, for lack of a better word.
Yes.
Click the link on there, and it will add a couple cents to the prize just for clicking that link. Take your mouse and gently caress the button. Or if you're on mobile, you can actually caress it. How cool is that?
Wow.
Sure.
That's incredible.
Incroyable.
Incroyable. I'm contributing to the prize pool. I'm putting in my 50 cents. Shout out to me.
Chickenman, coupon redeemed, 50 cents. I just saw it flash by on the stream.
Oh, we have more results rolling in as we speak.
Somebody beat Trap as well. Who is playing Trap?
Yeah, I don't know. Because the match before Trap has not been updated on Wikipedia, so I don't actually know who that is.
Well, you want to hop in Rogue vs. 2 real quick?
Sure.
I cannot wait for this. This is gonna be fantastic.
Yeah,
I don't care for the people in here. I want Rogue vs. TY.
I feel like it's already started. I don't know. Like, I don't know what our score is.
Let me.
We could just ask what the score is. That's a good call. You're smart.
Rogue 1, TY 0. Okay,
Ooh,
okay.
All right. Okay, so everything's a best of 3 except the finals is a best of 5.
TY is saying go, but he's not a player in this game.
That's all right. We'll get Artosis in there as the player. Uh-oh.
They're remaking lobby.
Remake. Oh, they didn't do Game Heart.
Was this your first day on the job, Rogan TY?
Come on.
TY's a commentator. He should know better.
He should know better. So Ragnarok beat Trap. That's what happened there.
Ooh. Look at me go. I'm both commentating and dominating this event. Look at
Wow.
me.
Actually, the winner of this match plays Ragnarok.
Wow.
So theoretically, we could cast some Ragnarok.
That would be pretty cool.
It's the
I
ultimate
would be
meme.
down. It's so funny. It doesn't happen that often, but like a couple times a year, people will think I am GSL Codes 3216 Zerg Ragnarok. They'll be like, "Your English is fantastic." And I'm like, "Thanks."
Which is honestly not something that people from Kentucky often hear. So I feel like it's just a good compliment in general.
Why don't you just scout me on stream, dude?
I mean, I would. Your hair looks really nice. So like I'm kind of jealous. I could use a wig, so
Please spare me the Buffalo Bill impression, man. Oh no. Puts the lotion on its skin.
Puts the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again. Good times. All right. Well, spawning in the upper left-hand corner of Lightshade, it is our player up 1-0 for Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Rogue.
And in the bottom right, the blue Terran is TY, whose clan tag is. Think it's Kaizi Gaming?
Actually, I'm not sure. I have no idea.
I don't know who that's by either.
We're gonna find out. Oh, a Freak of Freaks. Freak
Oh,
of Freaks.
yes, okay. Taeyang, who signed you, dude?
Right.
Tell me.
All right, so this is very
Well-
interesting from TY actually. This is CC first with a low ground supply depot. This is like, I don't know.
I would challenge you to cast your viewing eyes Rogue's main base, where there's not a lot going on besides a spawning pool and 16 drone.
Okay, I feel like TY just got metagamed really hard.
I said that I want. Oh, I said that I want TY versus Rogue because it's a great TVZ, and then it's just gonna be like, oh well, I 16 pulled you, I went CC first. Get good.
I mean, okay, so here's the thing. Rogue could just bop TY with this, but I'm wondering actually if TY holds with this low ground wall, which usually low ground walls are not great in this matchup, but of course here it's going to be fantastic. If TY holds, he is going to be miles ahead with a super greedy build against Rogue's like economically challenged build.
Yeah, I mean he's going Marine first instead of a Reaper as.
Yeah, I mean, this is a full wall, right? So like these 6 lings are they're just not going to do anything. Like they've already waited too long. This factory's too close to being done. I think the Marine will kill them before that factory dies.
In Rogue's favor, going for a reactor with just the one Marine. Okay, actually that wasn't a wall. TY slams down that. So
not quite a wall. That factory is going to take some damage. I love that SCV goes to build just to get more hit points on that factory. And yeah, I mean, the longer Rogue sits here, the more lings are going to die. And this is looking very good for TY, but this is a very strange opening. This feels really old to me. I don't know. This feels like kind of Wings of Liberty-esque. Low ground walls with Marines coming out and a factory here. Early command center.
He's picked up 3 SCVs now due to just SCV RNG on where they pathed. He's lost a ling. He's kept the other 5. Oh, not gonna quite get it. He's actually gonna run in.
Yeah, dives in, but those 2 Marines pop out perfectly timed for TY, and he will kill every ling. They try to go up into the main, but there's nothing to see up there anyways. There's a starport.
You know, though, all things considered, I think that went way better for Rogue than it could have. He got pretty lucky with some of the SCV pathing.
Yeah, and TY didn't correct it at all. I feel like he could have taken the SCV off and put it back on and tried to save one of them or 2 of them, but didn't really bother with that.
I don't know how it works if you order them to pop off midway through, where they...
It's completely random. Super random. Okay. Yeah, sometimes they won't move, and sometimes like they'll go to any position. It's fully random as far as I'm aware.
I don't play Terran, so I don't have to deal with shenanigans like that.
Yeah, it's sometimes it's fully lucky, and there's not a lot of things in this game that are just purely based on luck, but that's one of them.
Yeah, and Rogue actually finishing up this Roach Warren. He's gonna try and get the overlay away.
Yeah.
I kind of like. He's just gonna say, I'm gonna get like maybe a layer.
Oh my god,
and...
this is double battlecruiser. What the hell? I didn't even realize there's a second starport.
What are you doing, bud?
Oh, this is incredible. This is my favorite game in the entire world right now.
This is like, if you were gonna cover up the names of the players and you were gonna tell me, hey Ragna, what do you think this game is? I would be like, this is a mid-diamond NA game.
This is Nate playing, right? This is Nathanius on the ladder playing double BC, double port BC like 2 years ago. I would have imagined this build took place. This is crazy, and I love it. Rogue's all inning right now. Like 37 drones, nothing but units on the way, and there's going to be 2 BCs to defend, right? Can Rogue get enough damage done before these BCs? He might be able to.
It's going to be tough. He's only got 4 Ravagers. He will be able to file down some add-ons. Just try and repair your fly.
Yeah, the repair is not quite going to be enough. The SCVs are out to fight. The first BC is here. A lot of SCVs are going to fall, but that's honestly okay for TY. He just needs to kill all of this very quickly. Oh my god, the Biles did so much damage to that battlecruiser.
You know, I actually think that's not the worst thing, because they're not landing so much. You don't care that much? Okay, you're just going to face them. It's like, I got the Ravagers. Gonna do.
You know, I just don't think it's gonna be enough for TY. Like, I love this, but this attack from Rogue is killing literally everything.
Yeah, 30 SCVs already gone down.
TY on 11 workers. If he had like a third CC behind this somehow, I'd be like, this is fine. He's actually fine.
He's still ahead mules.
Right? But with 11 workers on 2 command centers, all Rogue has to do is like put down a couple more spores. He's got a lair on the way, make some more queens. He's already got at least 6 queens out. 3 BCs though, that's a lot of BCs. They have Yamato as well. Oh no, he canceled Yamato.
Oh, I actually think that was quite smart in the long term. He gets the high energy queen at first as well as a nice pickup.
Yeah, can the BCs actually win this fight though? More spore crawlers coming down. TY, really nice micro. There's another BC. Oh my god. Is TY going to win this game with 4 battlecruisers warping across the map? This is incredible. He's just fighting against the queens and spores right now.
This is one of the times where the BC is just like insanely strong. Yeah, he's getting the counter damage done. He's going to find another mineral line worth of drones. Yeah, actually no, Spore is rooting to how long has he got on the cooldown of tactical time? Quite a ways.
Yeah, it's a very long cooldown. Hellions back at home, so the Lings are not going to do any counter damage. Oh my god, the mule drop for repair.
TY, dude.
What a hero. Oh my god, there's a reason that he's like multiple-time GSL champion, and there it is, GG.
He actually won that.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it, man. 4 battlecruisers. Oh, it's so good.
What a filth lord. Oh.
That was command center first against an early pool into double BCs and an all-in from Rogue.
Into my lose 30 SCV timing.
Who needs SCVs when you have 4 tier 3 flying cruising battlers?
And see, I made a joke about it. He's like, it's fine, he's got mules. And then he's just like, I'm gonna mule offensively, repair my battle cruisers anyway.
It's fine. He's got mules. For real.
Don't need those mining mules at all.
I mean, again, you don't need to mine when you already have the units out.
This is true. When you've already won the game, who needs more money?
It's not going to help him in the next game.
What if it did, though?
That'd be an interesting mechanic. Like, if you play a series, whatever you have left over from the last game, it makes some really interesting strategies.
I would watch that as like a weird, quirky series, you know, like the Mapper's Delight type deal. I would watch that.
Oh, that would be very interesting. Sadly, it's not happening here. We're going into Romanticide, brand new and fresh. Same amount of money for both players, and spawning in the upper left-hand corner, it is Dragon Phoenix Gaming's Rogue.
And in the bottom right corner, repping the Africa Free is TY. TY. Thank you.
Yeah, because fun fact, you can't make a Blizzard ID with only 2 letters.
Really?
Yeah, that's why TY is TYTY and MC was never just MC. I think you need at least 3 letters.
I thought 2 was the minimum for WoW at least.
I'm pretty sure you can't make one with 2 in StarCraft. I'm like 98% sure that's why it's TYTY.
I believe you. And TY, once again, going CC first with Eris on the low ground. I'm
so happy for it. Rogue not doing early pull this time. So now we get to see the more normal build. Like, what do you do as Rogue against this? How can you take advantage of the fact that this is Command Center first?
I think it depends. The Overlord won't be here in time to make a reaction, but I actually think it would be really cool if you cut the first 4 Reapers such a long way off.
Is it going to be Reaper though, or is it going to be Marine first again? Because I feel like Marine first might just be the way to do it here.
I'm really curious if TY is going to go double BC off this.
Yeah, I am also very curious because I wonder how Rogue's build from last game would work against like a more normal start, you know, like with a siege tank and a bunker and just like some Marines coming out, or even just into Hellions.
Yeah, that push felt like a very... This is going to sound like I'm insulting him, but it's not. It's like a huge compliment. It felt like a very smart no regret, where it's actually perfectly calculated to kill somebody who got a reactor at a specific time. But unfortunately, TY doesn't play that kind of game, so it didn't actually work.
Yeah, it's almost like it was meant to go kill a bunch of like more standard units, right?
That was a go kill innovation push.
Yes, exactly. That's a perfect way to put it. But unfortunately, TY has so many wrinkles in his brain that he went to Port BC instead of any of the other possible options that Terran can go.
Yeah, I mean, it looks kind of like he's going that way again.
I love this from Rogue. Rogue is going for a pneumatized carapace, so he can get like a guaranteed scout. He's like, you're not catching me off guard this game, bud.
This is my preferred way to open DVT, actually. I go link speed before carapace, for pneumatized carapace, personally. But still, you get a very quick scout in here. Mine normally takes about 30 seconds. But yeah, he's going to fly in here, see that there is in fact another starport. It's making a Viking. No fusion core yet.
I wonder if this scout was like too early though, right? He's gonna scout, oh, there's a starport and it's building something. It's just gonna build a Viking. But could TY just go into the fusion core after? Like, this Overlord's out of here, you know?
He's floating a weirdly high amount of gas. TY, like, there's clearly got to be a plan for it. I just don't know what it is. Hellion.
Just 2 Hellions diving in. Maybe this is to take advantage of the lack of link speed. He's like, your Overlord speed's way too early. Your links can't actually defend this that well.
TY, that's concussive shells. I bet there's gonna be an armory here in a second.
Yeah, and a Liberator on the way. Stim started up. Wait, did concussive shells finish? No.
Oh, no, I think he just miskeyed it. Never mind. I was like, oh, you're so brain. Never mind. It was just a mistake.
Ah, that's too bad. I was looking for the big brain.
Those Marauder pushes with the concussive shells, the really early concussive shells and some Hellbats, are really scary as they're...
Yeah, no, they can be so strong. You know what's really interesting to me, thinking about this this low ground wall? I wonder if it's map positional, like, because we're seeing these add-ons, right? He's getting stim on his wall. If this was switched positions, that stim would be extremely exposed and honestly would probably just die to a group of lings at some point. I wonder if TY was on the north side, if he would do a different build and not wall on the low ground.
Oh, that's such a good point that I hadn't considered, but I think you might be right. Rogue's going to get the full scout of everything in the back row there. It's just double E-base, it was, so he's going to know its bio. He already has his lair about to finish. He already has the Bane. So Rogue should be pretty prepared for all of this.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a pretty normal macro ZVT this game, which is very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super on board with this, and he's actually inspired too. Okay,
Ooh,
yeah.
Yeah, and it feels like a pretty quick spire. So TY needs to be paying attention because he's going to have to get some defenses up, turrets, and honestly probably into Widow Mines pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is becoming more of the a thing in ZVT is getting the slightly faster Spire, because Spire does actually take 4,000 years.
It does, that's true.
I really like the way both of them are playing this game so far.
Has been a little bit passive. It feels like there's not too much action. Like we saw the 2 Hellions go across and that's it so far. But TY is going to start putting some pressure on now.
It's also a little interesting he only went for 2 Hellions across the map when normally you'd wait for the 6. This is one of those things, I wish I could just be in TY's brain and figure out what's going on in there.
I'm pretty sure your head would explode. There's just like a normal human mind can't understand TY's thought processes.
Like 2001: A Space Odyssey, where you're just like in that trippy psychedelic hallway and sure, but we all know profound meaning.
Yeah, it would be something like that. It would feel very unnatural. I do think the 2 Hellions running across was a response to the Ling speed being late, and he was like, I think I can get a cheeky bit of damage in. He got 3 kills with it. I kind of like that he's kept the Hellions alive, but they need to be out pressuring, and he's kind of sending them out, but there's so many Lings on the map now. And 11 mutas on the way. I mean, this is looking fantastic for Rogue. Rogue's taking a 5th base. He's kind of just cruising right now.
Yeah, there's no splash damage to speak of with that push either, I don't think.
Oh man, a massive surround. TY's just going to tap out as he sees that muta count.
Alright, I was praising TY, but with no flash there, he's just too close to creep and die. Sometimes that's the way it goes.
Yeah, that is very, very unfortunate to see, to be honest with you. I sadly must say that Discord seems to be having a SADS.
Oh no.
Cutting out a little bit. Your picture looks fantastic. Oh, she's gone.
Fixed, hopefully?
Welcome back. Hopefully.
Yeah. Discord is a high quality app with no problems whatsoever.
All right, hold on. I got to figure out how to get your cam back. In the meantime, it's okay. I have a temporary solution of seeing me twice, which is arguably even better.
Wow.
Yeah, isn't that incredible?
You get that fly jacket. Oh, dude, you know what? You look like that outfit. I've got it. It's very 1970s Adam West Batman, like that Joker, and I fucking love it.
That is actually what this jacket and this tie is for my Joker cosplay. So
We live in a society.
It's a green shirt and a gold vest that I wore for that. So all right, do we have any further games that seem to be on the way? I feel like, yeah, it should be Rogue versus Ragnarok now. Oh my god,
yeah,
there's also
Tosis is just like, hold whoever pops out next into a game. Oh.
Tosis needs a game. The Tosis needs it. Oh man, Solar versus Max Packs. I bet you that one's super good.
Yeah, it's either going to be really good or really bad. That's how I feel about Max Packs games.
I've seen Max Pack. I mean, okay, let's just start off real quick by the fact that Max Pack's 2-1 stats in the first round.
Oh my god, wait, did he?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what happened there. I don't know who covered that, but I'm going to go watch it later because that's incredible. And and now he's up against Solar. And I'll be honest, I've seen MaxPax beat Solar like kind of handily in those ESL and A Cups. That happens. That is a real thing.
Man,
MaxPax could absolutely get way, because his next opponent is either Ryung or Estrella. I could absolutely see him beating either of those players. I'd love to see MaxPax make it to the semifinals. He could genuinely make it to the finals. That is insane to me. Like, he's beaten both Zaun and Zest before also. This is not impossible.
I was about to say, can you make it past Zest? And then I was like, wait, he beat Zest in a finals in an ESL Cup like very recently.
Yeah, he's been very competitive with Zest. I would love that so much. Obviously, there's no guarantees. Solar could pull out some cheeky Korean Zerg Roach builds and just bop him, but I would love it.
Yeah, like, but that's the thing. Whenever I get a MaxPax game, it always feels like he either dictates the pace of the game and he just looks so overwhelmingly powerful, or he kind of misses a cylinder and stumbles, and then
yeah. I think a lot of MaxPax games, if he's able to get his damage done and nothing happens to him at home, he's in a fantastic spot, and it looks so overpowered. The moment like any units sneak past him and get into his main, it feels like it just all crumbles. It's like he's balanced on a knife's edge with every single build he does. And the moment it tips, it's just gone, and that game is almost unwinnable. But if he's able to just keep going with his game plan, he'll beat absolutely anybody. Literally any player, he can beat them.
Yeah, you have sold me. I am now officially a believer. Every time I'm like, okay, MaxPax is good, but is he this good? Do we want to hop into this Ragnarok?
Let's do it. Let's do it. We need the meme of Ragnarokette casting Ragnarok.
All right, we got to do it.
Winner of this against Cure or Innovation as well.
Man, I'm so curious what Ragnarok thinks of me. This is maybe the second time I've gotten to cast him.
Well, Ragnarok is not using the Ragnarok name, so
this is true.
Clearly, you're the real Ragnarok here.
I had it first. This is known lore. I used this for a WoW character in Burning Crusade.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, that came out well before StarCraft II Legacy of the Void, or StarCraft II Heart of the Swarm, or StarCraft II Wings of Liberty.
Yeah, I don't know when Ragnarok took the name Ragnarok, though.
You could argue, if you wanted to subvert my own argument against me, that the concept of Ragnarok came out much before the concept of computers or video games or
that's true.
Internet or electricity or running water or deodorant.
All of those things are true, except maybe deodorant. I mean, do we know when the first deodorant was ever used?
I don't offhand, but I also know it was a thing that the Vikings were like notoriously well kept.
So maybe they came about around the same time.
Maybe. Anyways, in the bottom left corner, repping Team Alpha X. Oh, excuse me, we have an intro, don't we?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
I hit the wrong button anyways. We're already in the game, so let's do it.
In the bottom left corner, the blue Zerg repping Team Alpha X. He is Ragnarok.
On the Shin Hee-byum account. His opponent, though, spawning in the upper right on Dragon Phoenix Gaming on the correct account, is Rogue.
Is that his actual name? I assume it is.
I don't know.
It is.
Is it?
Yep.
There you go.
It is.
All right. That's Ragnarok's real name. Shin Hee-byum.
Dude, we just doxed a Coda Sir on the stream.
Monkers, dude.
People of ancient Greece and Egypt use oils to fight the BO. I see. Well, now we've learned something.
There you go.
Congratulations, Twitch chat.
Good job, Twitch chat. We've learned that deodorant is older than the concept of Ragnarok.
I don't know why this would ever come up again, but we learned it. It'll be on the test.
It's right. It'll be on the test at the end of the cast. Everybody, I hope you're going to stay tuned for that.
Ragnarok going for very early gas and pool here.
Yeah, I'm curious if he's just gonna pump a bunch of lings and go try and kill him. He's already got 6 producing, which kind of tells me that's what he's thinking about at least, not the normal like 4 safety lings.
Yeah, it looks like pulling off of gas as soon as he has 100, just gonna get that very quick ling speed. I think this is gonna be hiding lings and just making a ton of them and attacking. Like, but the hatch is so late. Like, Rogue's gonna see this late hatch and be very suspicious, right?
Yeah, he's gotta know. So Rogue might be thinking that it might be like a 16 pool just to be safe at home. That is not impossible. But now the lings reveal themselves, and oh, here we are.
And this is a bit of a surprise for Rogue. Rogue does have queens very close to popping out though, and lings popping out as well.
Yeah, if he can pick off a queen here as it pops out, that would be huge. I don't think there's enough lings to do that, though.
Yeah, not with the 4 lings of Rogue as well. And, I mean, this speed is going to be nice. Is it going to be that much quicker than Rogue's, though, where it's going to be very impactful?
He's still mining gas a little bit, so I expect there'll be a baneling nest here soon, too. I like that idea a lot more than just trying to go in with just speed lings.
Yeah, honestly, if you're going to do just speedlings, I feel like you skip... I don't know why there's still 1 drone on gas then. Oh, Rogue is going to be caught way out here, though, with these lings, and this is going to be a very bad, sad surprise of ling speed. He's just going to try to throw up the wall. Oh my god. Rogue, please. Oh my god. That drone did not build that building.
It generally helps to put your buildings in the wall.
It does. A lot of lings here, but the queen's on the back line. I feel like there might just be enough for Rogue. He's pulling the drones off the line.
Yeah, there's no transfuses here. He gets 4 drones before he's forced back out, but I still feel like that's a net win for Ragnarok.
I think that's fine. Well, the thing is Rogue now has a massive counterattack opportunity with a ton of lings coming out.
Yeah,
he's just going to run across the map.
And Ragnarok's trying to get into his own Roach Warren, and I don't think he's going to have the time to actually finish this transition. This can be the tricky thing about ZVZ, is sometimes trying to get to Roaches when your opponent still has a decent wing count can be difficult.
Yeah, the Queens are going to try to lay down some damage behind this, but that Roach Warren is definitely going to have to be canceled. The Queens should be able to hold here. He's trying to poke his way through. He gets through! Oh no, those slippery Zerglings. They're going to grab 1, 2 Queens. And there's just more Zerglings on the way for Rogue. I think Ragnarok's just dead here.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Rogue's droning behind us. Rogue has to be careful not to let the same exact thing happen to him, though. Because right now, Ragnarok's making nothing but lings, right? He lost a bunch of drones. Now he goes across the map. Rogue needs to have his defenses ready, but I think he will. I think he'll be just fine. He's buying a lot of time with these lings, keeping Ragnarok back at home to defend them for now. Yeah, this is really beautifully done by Rogue.
Ragnarok down a lot in terms of workers. Rogue's getting Carapace, which I think is a really interesting way to try and fend off which you assume is the Roach transition with that +1 on the Evo. He assumes correctly.
Yeah,
I like the way Rogue's playing this.
Carapace is always an interesting choice. I don't really understand it most of the time. But it's good for both lings and roaches. That's about all you need to know, I think.
So as Rogue right here, you know that Ragnarok wants to go into roaches. You know that he has +1. So this actually both counters the +1 and also lets you keep your lings alive if there's a tricky Bane switch or something.
Oh, so Rogue gonna try to get on top of this +1 missile tax. He's gonna get it. That is super brutal.
Yeah, this game went from bad to worse for Ragnarok here.
And Ragnarok still does not have a third. Alair is about to finish, so he can get into like roach speed. But it just, it feels so lackluster here.
Yeah, I don't know how he gets out of this one, honestly.
Oh, the lings breaking through again. These lings are so slippery. How does Rogue do it?
Apparently there's a thing now where a lot of Zerg players have figured out how to wiggle your way through wing walls, or queen walls, even when they're on hold position.
Well, Rogue certainly figured that out.
And rest
Rogue
in
just
peace,
kinda-
Ragnarok.
Kind of giving Ragnarok the backhand there, saying, no, this is still my game.
Yeah. It was a little dicey there for a second, but Rogue with a very solid defense. That's such a Korean ZVZ, I feel like.
Yeah, it really is. Just very aggressive, very like, okay, I can just kill you. All right, you're dead. I'm going to do this thing that might not make total sense in terms of like the European ZVZ of like the very macro-y. I don't want to say chess because that's more TVT's meme, but yeah, like it's what's the thing Rainer says about Korean Zergs is they do the thing that doesn't make sense and then it kills you because it doesn't make sense.
Yes, which is kind of, it's one of my favorite kind of games to watch, right? Is like, I know this doesn't make sense. You know, making a group of lings here is probably kind of dumb, but because your opponent thinks it's dumb, it is suddenly the best strategy.
Sometimes you need to 5-head them. Anyways, in the bottom left corner, fighting for his life, repping Team Alpha X, he is Ragnarok.
And his opponent in the upper right, in the red for Dragon Phoenix Gaming, it is Rogue. He is a rogue, isn't he?
What a devilish rouge. Did you see the promo poster for this, by the way? With the bracket?
I did.
It had rouge on it.
Did it? Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, the classic misstep. Good old rouge. Well, he is in the red, so I guess that makes sense, right?
Yeah, it does. I think they pulled, I don't know, from Liquipedia or something and maybe snagged a typo because like they had max packs with the underscore in it too. I don't know what's going on there. It was funny.
Oh, interesting.
Do you think Rogue always tries to play in the red? I know Scarlet does.
Some players, I don't know. Does Rogue care? I do feel like I see Rogue in red a lot. So maybe. Maybe Rogue does care. I think a lot of players just like don't. They try to like not care. Or I guess you could play with your team colors on, right? Because then you're always the same color no matter what your actual color is that you chose.
Yeah. Yeah, I tend to play purple, actually.
It is the best Zerg color.
It's the best Zerg color, but I kind of want to switch it to something that's way more high contrast with whatever my opponent's color is. I've been thinking about that a little bit off stream, actually. Because I have problems seeing like the red dots on the minimap sometimes with the creep.
Yeah,
like the creep.
That is a problem. I noticed too that if it's like purple against red, yeah, just like the difference in things can be really tough.
I think I'm gonna make my opponent always play like white or something, so it really pops. I don't know what I'm gonna do yet, but it's just a thing I've been kind of kicking around, you know.
I don't look at the minimap anyways. It's kind of pointless.
This is true. You'd have to look at the minimap first to.
I might as well cover it up. Honestly, my games would look the same.
How does this Warp Prism keep getting into my main? What do you mean? Look at the minimap.
I just love like I'll send my overlords everywhere and be like, great, I have vision of the whole map, and then just never look at the map again. And it's like, all right, well, that vision was useless. I'll lose a game and be like, how did he avoid my overlords? Watch the replay. He didn't. That didn't happen. Went right under like 3 overlords. I just missed the slow roaches the whole time. It's fine.
That feels like me in ZBT. It's like, how does every all-in kill me in this matchup? And it's like, oh, it just actually walked under all of my vision and I'm asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, that's why we're casting and not playing.
Amen.
I would like to note that Rogue is doing the classic move of skipping the Bane Nest and instead just making a ton of lings. And I kind of love this.
Yeah, but he's trying to go across the map and get something done with them too. Ragnarok has his first 4 Banes about finished in time with this, so it's going to come down to the micro test.
It is, and it's nice though. They're both, you know, we're on Korea here. It's going to be 0 ping. This third base is absolutely going to go down. Baneling's getting great connections. But Rogue's like, I don't actually care about those lings. The life of my lings is not important to me.
Connect, but they're nowhere near good enough.
Yeah. And that is super rough for Ragnarok. Like that, he's in a terrible spot now.
Yeah, I don't know how you bounce out of this one either. Rogue already got his Roach Horn about finished too.
And Rogue's just buying time with these lings, just trying to keep Ragnarok at home so that Roach Horn can finish. 6 roaches on the way. And this third base, oh my god, he's going to get right on top of it. It's so low.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get the cancel this time around. I actually really don't like that Ragnarok chased with these slow Banes off creep all the way around those destructible rocks either. He did like a ring around the rosy thing. That seems like a pretty big mistake.
Honestly, I feel like sending those across the map might have even been better.
Maybe. I guess if you don't know about the roaches, because the roaches probably would have just bopped it, but yeah, I don't know, maybe.
I don't know. If he got there before the roaches. I don't know. They're slow waddling Banes, but now the roaches are a real problem. Ragnarok's Roach Horn is almost finished, but fun fact, this is not horseshoes, nor is it hand grenades. Almost is doesn't really count. As I say that, Rogue just turns right around. So I guess maybe almost does count in StarCraft. I don't know. Do we need to update the saying?
Maybe. I think you don't actually lose out on too much by pulling back here as Rogue.
I mean, I think Rogue is still in a very commanding position. He's up 9 workers right now. Ragnarok just made a ton of roaches, which don't have speed. +1 just started. Another player has a lair, though, so it's kind of worth noting.
Like, by pulling back there, Rogue doesn't have the opportunity to just win the game on accident, but he doesn't give up anything either. Like, he's got a huge macro lead. He can just sit at home and use defender's advantage.
It's a very Rogue move, I think, to pull back and just be like, I'll just macro better. That's it. That's all I need to do is macro well, and I'll win this game. I think Dark just holds the R button and goes and tries to win, but it's not really the Rogue style, is it?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And he's actually kind of exploding in army supply here. He's already not quite double. As Ragnarok shoots back up a little bit more and makes me look like I can't do math on stream.
You know what? As I'm talking about how Rogue's going to just macro, he still doesn't have a lair. So no roach speed, so he's just going. He learned the R key trick.
Yeah, I mean, this map is also the size of a shoebox, so who needs roach speed?
But, like, whose shoes, though?
That's true.
Because, like,
there's a difference between...
Yeah, is it, like, Shaq's shoes? He's got big shoes.
Yeah.
Or is it, like, I don't know, is it, like, a size 7, you know?
Very dainty princess shoes.
Yeah. I don't know, Rogue's going in, though. Baneling's bopping immediately. These Ravagers are really nice. I think Rogue just has too much. That +1 timing was so crisp that Ragnarok only like 30 seconds behind and just doesn't have it this entire fight.
Yeah, it's about to finish right as the fight's over, and those bios got some solid connections. Rogue taking it 2-0.
The 2-0 victory there. Looking very quick and very easy. And I don't even think Cure and Innovation is done yet. Not yet. We also don't have any results on the Solar Max Packs Ryung Estrella section, which I'm like awaiting with bated breath because those matches are very interesting to me.
Yeah, hopefully we can get in on like a game 3 or something.
That would be really nice.
Zest is advancing past Zaun 2-0, which is a little sad for Zaun, given how strong his PVT looked, at least. But...
Zest must be killing it in PvP right now, though. Took out Parting and Zaun. Crushing it.
Zest has always kind of been a little bit of a PvP boy. Like, he's very strong across the board, but, like, when he's on point, his PvP is just insane. Because he's very comfortable with those mid-game gateway blink stalker pushes. And I say something like that and you're probably like, well, Parting is really good with stalkers too. No, Zest makes the stalker like sing. I don't know how he does it.
Oh, I love that. That's a great way to think about it. Makes the stalker sing.
He plays it like a finely tuned instrument. Parting also plays it like a finely tuned instrument. To be totally fair to him.
It's a different
But
instrument.
Yeah. It's like a power rock guitar versus like a piano concerto.
That's exactly what I was thinking too. That's so funny. Oh, it looks like Solar got the 2-0 over Max Pack, so no dream run for Max Packs in this tournament, sadly.
Alas, dude.
I'm very sad.
We're kind of zipping through this bracket. I'm a little bit surprised.
Yeah, a lot of the early matches seemed very quick. I think it is going to start to slow down right now, though.
Yeah, I don't know if we're holding the semis either.
Probably not. I think we have enough people covering this. We're just going to dive right into it.
Kieran and Nora on game 2.
Nice. Well, I would like to tell you about something. Okay? I have something to tell you about. And
what do you have to tell me about Chickenman?
Well, I would like to suggest that there's a new G Fuel flavor.
Oh.
That I would love to tell you about. It's called Pink Drip. Okay? It's got it all. Mouth-watering candy-infused flavors that help keep you pumped and ready to take on anyone on the StarCraft ladder or elsewhere. You could play in an ESL Open Cup. Who knows? Play in an OSC tournament, OSC sponsored tournament.
Make my brain as wrinkly as TY's.
Temporarily, it's a temporary boost, but it can help. You know, every time you drink some Pink Drip G Fuel, you gain a wrinkle in your brain.
Okay.
It's a fact.
That's fair. And then every time I play ZVP, the iron that is the Void Ray flattens my brain back out.
That's true. That's true. You do lose at least 5 wrinkles per Void Ray build, so you have to be very careful with that.
It's tragic, dude.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Luckily now, though, we have a fine product who can undo the damage that the Void Rays have caused
That's
my
right.
Brian box.
That's right. Your Brian box can be fixed, can be helped. I will say, unfortunately, if you are drinking your G Fuel while in Twitch chat, those do cancel out. So it can help you out a little bit there, but you got to be careful about your Twitch chat usage. That can really pull the wrinkles.
Incredibly energetic Twitch chat GM.
That's true. That's a bonus. You can, before you know it, you'll be in Twitch chat like Hound of Baskerville, just nonstop.
Great joke. I approve of that.
I'm glad you got that joke. I hope that the 3 or 4 people that get that joke are in chat right now.
It's like Hound of Baskerville, Samo's sidekick.
Yes. All the lovely Twitch chatters that they love
Some nerds
Twitch
just
chat.
pay the broadcast.
Sometimes I do that too, to be fair. I've definitely been that person in chat.
Shout out to people who talk like in chat in small streams, by the way.
That's a big shout out.
Yeah, like you actually make it possible because like when you're sitting alone in your room talking to yourself, it's actually really hard to keep commentary going. And when you have somebody to bounce off of, this is why we're doing this duo, by the way, and give you a peek behind the curtains.
Turns out it's nice to talk to people. It's a weird thing.
Funny how that works. You have somebody to make jokes with.
Right. Even if they're really, really, really terrible jokes.
I was hoping that we need somebody with the ID terrible at pro level so I could have been like, no, terrible plays Protoss.
I had 2 opportunities to make a curious joke to you earlier, and I chose not to because you didn't make a rough joke to me. So I just want to say thank you, and you're welcome.
I noticed them too, and I was like, should I do it? I'm gonna let go. We're being professional today.
Yeah, it's right. Extremely professional.
For some value of professional.
Yeah. Okay, all right. So we've got Inno vs. Rogue and Estrella vs. Solar, both coming up.
Ooh. Uh,
I
I kind of want to stray over solar. I think everybody's gonna go Inno versus Rogue.
well, actually, as I'm looking at this, both Pig and Artosis are saying Estrella versus Solar.
Oh. Well, I'm fine with Inno versus Rogue then.
I say let's go Inno versus Rogue.
Yeah, I'm down.
Nice. Yeah, because Estrella versus Solar is pretty sick. But Solar 2-0ing max packs makes me a little worried for Estrella. Not that they play similarly at all, but I feel like Solar's looking pretty good in the matchup. Also 2-0'd Nightmare. I just feel like Solar's got that ZVP action right now. He's feeling it.
I think he's kind of always been like a little bit of a ZVP specialist too.
It turns out
That
making
sounds right
roaches
to me.
is pretty good in that matchup.
It's true, unless the opponent knows what an immortal is and knows what a warp prism is.
You know, Estrella does know those things, so that is a little concerning for Solar. That being said, also very good with mutas.
Yeah. Gone are the days, by the way, of it feels like 2 immortals and a prism could hold off infinite Zerg armies. I feel like we don't see that as much anymore. I guess it's mostly just because you either play Twilight Council or
That's a good
Stargate
point.
builds.
I'm kind of sad we don't see more of that. I feel like that's going to be the ultimate end game of the matchup, though, is when we start seeing like Immortal Sentry pushes work its way back in, or like proxy robos with shield batteries, which was a thing Parting did a ton of, but we don't really see that often anymore, and I kind of wonder why, actually. I feel like they're still both very good. It's just that Voiders are a little more solid.
Yeah, Xavier said I will hold the upper one. Okay. Yeah, I think that's exactly it though. Is that like the Robo is a little bit more rigid, whereas
Yeah.
the Stargate is much more flexible. Like even
It's-
the Twilight is kind of rigid. You're committing to some kind of
Yeah,
attack.
it's almost all in. It's very committed if you're gonna go Robo or Twilight first, generally speaking. But like Stargate is, it kind of always through Legacy has been the more all-around opening. Like players like Showtime, who don't really all in ever, have always opened Stargate, and there's been a few variations, but it's pretty much always just been like the solid standard opening.
Yeah, I mean, if it ain't broke, by the way, I kind of wish that Phoenixes were a little bit more popular too, though.
I do too. I love Phoenixes. Phoenixes are amazing.
It feels a little bit silly to wish for more Stargates, but I do like Phoenix play in general.
Every now and then I'll see it, and I'm like, oh, that's right, this is fun. Like, even, I don't know, it's just such a fun, like, interaction to have that it's unlike pretty much anything else, where the Phoenixes they're guaranteed to get Overlord and drone damage, right? They're just going to get a bunch of damage done. And it's the question of, like, can the Zerg overcome that and keep making drones and keep making Overlords and not fall way behind? Like, you know, continue being able to macro until that big Hydra Ball comes out. And then it's like, all right, does the Protoss have enough to hold the counter?
Yeah, I mean, and like they're just fun to play with too. Honestly,
Yeah.
I'm really bad with it. If I want to lose a game, I'll play Phoenix. They're so much fun to lose with.
It's accurate. I think fast units are just really fun in general. Like, there's something to be said for the speed of a lot of units, and I think that's why certain units are very popular on the ladder.
Yeah.
I feel like Mutas, Hellions, like Battle Mech. Battle Mech is fun to play with just because
Yeah. Oh man.
you just
race
kind of
cars so
move
much-
around. Yeah, race cars, dude. Who doesn't love race cars?
Like, there's something to be said for units that are fun to lose with.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it sounds a little silly, but
No, that's absolutely true. Phoenixes, I think, are the best example of that. Like, man, I'll get so much damage done with my Phoenixes, and then the opponent's like, okay, I've made some units, and I'm like, oh man, I should have been macroing. I have 3,000 minerals in the bank and 1 gateway. Like,
but
Whoops.
You
I
spent
never
your Phoenix
started
energy.
Warp Gate because I did the Roddy style and forgot that I was supposed to do that. Whoops.
But you spent your Phoenix energy, and that technically is macroing.
That's right.
Hmm.
I've got 37 Phoenixes in the sky. It's too bad that they can't win this fight, but I have them.
Oh no, now I lost you. Oh no.
You lost me? Did you?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
no.
think you cut out for a minute there. I'm gonna rejoin the call really quickly.
All right. Chat will get the beautiful double look at me in the meantime then. I hope you're appreciating this chat. I set up 2 cameras just for chat so that we could have this meme just in case we needed it.
You're so ahead of it, dude.
All right, so Innovation versus Rogue will happen at some point. Right? Theoretically?
Yeah, whenever the lobby link pops up, I haven't seen it yet.
There
it is.
There it is. As soon as I draw
Yeah.
attention to the fact that it's been a while. This is a very high level TVZ right here. And I don't think it's going to look anything like Rogue vs. TY.
Oh, we're gonna have to remake too, because they again forgot WCS. Game hurt. Alas, you.
Feels bad, man.
Hopefully, in just a moment here, though, we will get back underway.
One of
Some
these
high
days.
quality
We'll-
StarCraft. Dude, this is like a BlizzCon finals matchup right here, though.
It like genuinely could be the finals of any major tournament. Who do you think is going to win Solar versus Straya? By the way, while we're waiting for this one.
My heart says Estrella. My head says Solar.
That's about where I'm at too. Like I feel like Estrella has always had really good and interesting PVZ, but I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna be enough to take down Solar. Like I feel like Solar's just gonna pull out some really exploitative build, and it's gonna be.
He's one of the weird Protosses too, Estrella, where like he's got a little bit of the Showtime thing, but not to quite the same degree either. Where it's like whatever he's going to do, you know it's going to be executed very well. But I don't really think of him as somebody who's like driving the meta either.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. All right, we got ourselves a game.
In the bottom right corner, in the blue, he is Innovation, representing Kaizi Gaming.
I'm glad he has the clan tag. I feel like he has not always had that clan tag.
Same, and I would have forgotten.
I definitely would have forgotten. But his opponent in the upper left-hand corner, not even with a clan tag, just changed the whole name so he doesn't forget it. It is Dragon Phoenix Gaming's Rogue.
Rouge, if you are the flyer. Rugu.
Rouge. Like Ragu? Ragu?
No, that's a spaghetti sauce, dude.
Oh, man. I've never had Ragu spaghetti sauce. I don't know about you. I am not a fan of canned spaghetti sauces. I like to make my own.
Dude, I never had like actually bothered to make my own until a few years ago when I was dating my now ex. Like she was adamant about making it. Like, oh, I have seen the light now.
It's a whole different ball game. There are some things like I've used canned tomato sauce before for things. If I'm feeling lazy, I think it's fine. But
Yeah.
if I'm like actually like, oh, you know what, I want some spaghetti, especially if I'm gonna make meatballs. Oh, it's gotta sit on the stove all day. You know, I gotta like
Sometimes-
commit a day to that.
Sometimes you have to make an excuse to eat the whole thing of garlic bread. That's what
Yes.
canned sauce is for.
That's absolutely correct. 100% correct. What am I eating tonight? Garlic bread. All right, I'm getting some canned tomato sauce. Let's do it.
I had that feel today too. It's like, oh man, I ate all the garlic bread with dinner last night. Now there's none with the leftovers. No, what have I done?
Oh, that's so
Not
sad.
that anybody has the willpower to have leftover garlic bread.
It's
so.
never, I don't think I've ever in my life had a leftover garlic bread. Like, sometimes my girlfriend will have leftover garlic bread, but I can't touch that. I'm not allowed to. And I already ate my whole half, so.
What a amazing display of willpower that is.
I know, I don't know how she does it. It's incredible, really. All right, we've got the Dance of the Century here. This TVZ, I think, is just going to look like the most standard TVZ.
Yeah, if there's any surprises here, it might be on Rogue's end, but
Yeah.
I don't really expect them either.
I mean, Rogue could definitely pull off a very strong attack. We kind of talked about it during the TY series, right? Like, that Ravagerling all in. That's a great build against somebody like Innovation, who's going to play the standard. This is a 3cc opening. Doesn't get much more standard than this.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm a little bit surprised, actually. Innovation's just got one barracks. He's just not using it at all. It's just building add-ons. I feel like usually with a 3cc opening, I see a pretty quick second barracks before starport, usually.
Yeah, and I think you might have just called it, actually, because Rogue just plops down a Roach Warren, and I don't think that Reaper is going to see it for quite a while.
No, but I think Innovation... Okay. Well, I was just going to say I think he's going to swap the starport to the Tech Lab and build a Banshee, but he's not doing that. And that's very worrisome, because like 2 Banshees here against some sort of Roach all-in is great.
Yeah.
Hellions, a Marine, and a Viking is not quite as great.
Yeah, and so like if you're Innovation right now, you're like, all right, if I need to defend something, I just plop down a bunker and make a tank. But if it's the same push from Rogue, there'll be 4 Ravagers with this to just burst through any anchored down defensive.
And Innovation's still not getting any sort of scout off. There's no lair here. Rogue's going all in right now. This is...
Oh, we jinxed it, dude. Look at the production tab. That's concussive shells in an armory.
Oh my god. All right.
Well, I don't think this is going to pan out for Inno, just because he's getting a little bit blind countered by Rogue here with his high Roach count.
Ready for dust off.
And Rogue's being so smart, he's completely going out of the way of this Viking and these Hellions, and he's just not going to get scouted for like a million years. Innovation has no idea this is coming. There's no bunker. He's moving out right now with this attack.
Yeah, he's going to get caught in basically the worst position you can be caught when you're getting attacked. You're like right on the edge of creep at the other side of the map. So he's going to be faced with the decision of, do I try and commit with these forces and get drone kills, or do I pull them back and try and live?
I think he's got to just go. And he might be able to get some damage done over here. I mean, we're going into an early base trade right now. Remember, there's an armory done as well, so these can be Hellbats if they need to fight, and there they go. The medevac can also heal these guys while they're Hellbats.
With concussive shells, even on creep, these queens can't retreat. They have to take this fight. You know, he's going to pull back a little bit, get a couple transfuses off, but they're dead. These queens are dead.
Yeah, they are very dead. They've gotten a good amount of damage done already, though. They took out that landed Viking. A couple of the Hellbats went down. But there's not much popping out back at home for Rogue. He's kept a decent amount of his workers alive, but it feels like they're all just up here in the main base. Can they actually get away? Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, no.
It's a disaster.
It's a massacre. And now, I mean, Innovation can float, right? Like, there's 3 command centers floating. He's got all of his tech buildings floating in the sky. And I don't know if Rogue's army is enough to actually take down Innovation's army. I love these Biles. That's going to be fantastic here. Especially the Marauders are not fighting these Ravagers. They need to concussive shell the Ravagers.
Yeah, there's only 2 left alive here, by the way, too. So I think Rogue could just target fire them down if he can get close enough. But Inno's
I love the Hellbat drop.
Medevac to micro the Hellbats forward here.
Oh, look at this. The Ravager micro is so good from Rogue.
Honestly, out of both of them, the micro is just fantastic. But concussive shells is a good upgrade. He's going to get the first Ravager.
And these Roaches not going to be all that helpful against the Marauders. They die so quickly. But this medevac is out of energy, which is so important. Innovation's units do not heal without that.
And everything's pretty much going down here. Rogue, I think, might just have slightly too much army. He's got one... How many drones left? Yeah, just one drone right now. He's made 2 more.
Inno has 2 SCVs somewhere. He also has 3 CCs.
His 3 CCs are
of
all just floating in the middle of the map, but he's got a ton of money. So he's actually going to be able to build units in the middle of the map. Like, these command centers are... They're very seen, which is a big problem for Inno. If these are kind of randomly on the map, I'd like it a lot better because Rogue would feel really insecure. But now he knows you're not mining. All your command centers are like right around here. All I have to do is keep an eye.
Perfectly timed.
Yeah, this is an amazing link. But Inno's making 3 Marauders and a Widow Mine right now.
Ooh, I love the Widow Mines, actually, especially in this kind of situation. That Ling's gonna find the other SCV that's just chilling in the main still.
Oh.
High value, buddy. Oh,
that is a very important Ling. Oh, it looks like the starport didn't get away. I don't know how that happened. Misstep there from Innovation, because like one more medevac right now would be the best thing in the world.
Yeah, there's no detection. Oh, he still doesn't have the armory though either. He lost.
Yeah, the armory is gone. So the mines will get revealed, but I mean, when there's this few workers, killing 4 with those mines is definitely worth it. I don't know why he didn't pick them up. The medevac just left.
I think he might have been worried about a queen from somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah, again, the lack of that starport means he can't replace this medevac if it goes down. Rogue's just gonna tap out.
What a game number 1, dude.
That I don't think I've actually seen a TVZ that looked like that before.
When you're the caster and you're at a loss for words, you sound really stupid, but I am at a loss for words. That was just absolutely absurd.
Very, very strange game number 1.
We're like, oh, it's Rogue versus Innovation. It's going to be a very standard textbook game.
Super
and
standard.
actually, it's a clown fiesta.
Absolute clown fiesta from the first moment. Just the fact that they were completely missed each other. It was on purpose for Rogue, but I don't think he expected TY to be on the other side of the map with a bunch of Hellbats and Marauders.
Yeah, I don't even know if he knew, because I don't think he saw the armory. I didn't check the vision.
He definitely didn't know that there was a big attack coming. Like, he might have assumed there were some Hellions, but he definitely didn't know it was like a really committed attack. Or I think he could have just defended with his units and then gone across and attacked.
Yeah, I think Rogue was thinking it was like a bio with maybe a tank or 2 or something. I don't know. Anyways, floating buildings actually for the win.
Floating buildings are pretty good. I think Innovation maybe could have handled that a little bit better, but I guess it worked out all right for him.
Well, in the top right corner, the blue Terran representing Kaizi Gaming. He is Innovation.
Wow. And his opponent in the lower left for Dragon Phoenix Gaming, it is Rogue.
In a world where you're the Red Zerg. In the bottom left.
In a world where everybody spells your name wrong. He is Rouge.
Oh man, the 3 a.m. loopies are kicking in.
Nice, that's perfect. That's what I was hoping for. That's the ideal way to cast, I think.
That's a very fast pool for Mr. Rouge.
It is. There's no hatchery, and he's just going for this pool first. And I'm going to go ahead and make a snap judgment. There's going to be a Roach Warren after this.
Really? All right.
I could be very wrong. I'll put that out there.
I feel like the gas would have to be started by now.
You're definitely right. The hatchery surprised me. So I might just be wrong. In which case, what the hell is this early pool for?
It's probably just safety lings. I wonder if this is a weird metagame quirk between the 2 of them, where Rogue thinks that Inno would proxy on this map, especially if up in the series.
Huh. That is interesting. He was kind of scouting for proxies with his overlords, it feels like.
Mm-hmm.
But Inno's just going Reaper Expand. Like, this is dead set normal build back at home for Inno, so it makes Rogue look a little silly. But he is mining gas. He hasn't made a single ling. So I'm wondering if there's like a backup plan.
Yeah, I mean, they're even on workers still, so I don't feel like this put them too far behind doing it like this. Like, it's like a little tiny half step behind, but it's not really that big of a deal. It's like the macro 12 pool in ZVP. It's like you can just kill them, but sometimes, unless you like just throw away your links, you're actually still kind of even most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like a pretty okay spot. Rogue gonna be able to grab a third base at a very reasonable time. Maybe that's the way back into this for him.
Sorry.
No ling speed, though. Rogue at 120 gas. Pulled off of gas, so he knows how much gas he has. And still has not started ling speed.
Yeah, okay, now I'm curious. I mean, the only thing this could really be for is a layer. Oh, there it is. Okay, he's just a little bit slow on the draw.
All right. Maybe using those minerals for other things in the meantime? Like thinking a new queen is more important, or just getting more drones out, something like that?
Yeah, I kind of feel like that is a call that you might have to make a little bit here, just because your natural's so delayed. Ooh, might get a drone. No.
Oh, can that Reaper get out of here? No.
Yeah, it's 100% free.
What? Dude. Buttery Reaper from Inno.
This is like the frustrating thing for me too about ZVT is like when the Reaper always gets away or the Hellions always get away, because I feel like they are just soaked in oil or something.
Yeah, but at least at our level, you know that if the Reaper is like being microed like that, nothing is happening back at home. Whereas with Inno,
true.
you know that everything is perfect back at home. There's like not a beat has been missed, and still that Reaper gets out.
And once again, Inno making Marauders. He's making some Hellions. He's got that Viking. I think he's just running back the same play.
Yeah. He's like, hey, I didn't get to do that build like I wanted to last game. Let's see how you handle this. Ooh.
Yeah, this time no, Rogue actually has the Bane Nest on the way, so I think he'll be much better prepared for this. If you can just get like 10, 12 Banes and crash them into the Hellbats, this push evaporates.
Yeah, Banelings are, well, it's an explosive way to hold off this attack.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, did you? I thought it was a pretty sly move on my part, but
it was very subtle.
Yeah, it was pretty subtle.
Only somebody with TOI's brain wrinkles drinking G Fuel would pick that up.
That's right, that's accurate. I'm still very sad that my G Fuel sample didn't get here in time, because I wanted to tell you about how delicious it was. But I have to wait. I'm gonna make a video. I'm gonna make a video about how delicious the pink drip is.
Excellent. Can't wait.
Keep an eye out. You're gonna have to follow me on Twitter for that. You should follow both of us on Twitter.
Follow at Liquid Red. No. At Chickenman at Ragnarokette.
Man, I've been following Liquid Red for like 10 years at this point. All right, the attack is here. The attack is here. Banelings are here. That's not a good start for the Banes. Oh, okay, I lied. That was a pretty okay hit. But more Banes need to connect. Rogue has so many so close to finishing. Where are the splits from Innovation? They're not splitting. Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh my god. Well, the push is over, but maybe these Hellions can get some damage done in the meantime.
Yeah, the Liberators shows up and he's like, "Hey guys, what's going on? Am I here?
Yeah, and the Queens are like, "Yeah, we're all still alive, so I guess you're not gonna do anything." This
is like, if you play a lot of ZVZ, you will quickly learn never to dive on Banes unless you know exactly when they started.
Yes.
That's a thing that Innovation would never really have.
Innovation went for it, and that was the wrong call there.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, these Banes have probably just started. We can go. Nope.
He killed like 2 of them.
Easy for me to connect.
Yeah, he killed like 2 of them, and then the other 6 finished, and every Hellbat just died. And that's kind of what you're talking about, right? You make a bunch of Banes, they crash into the Hellbats. That was best case scenario for Rogue. Honestly, if Inno had just split those Hellbats, I think the Banelings are not enough there. I think Rogue eventually holds, but that was a much scarier push if those Banelings do not connect so well.
Yeah, 100%. Rogue also getting Burrow already, which I think is a little interesting.
Burrow is definitely an interesting move because it's not like it's going to have Burrow roaches or anything. So it's just going to be Burrow Banes out on the map? And maybe trying to like delay bases?
I think it's just to burrow some lanes and delay bases and protect drones from Hellion run-bys or anything.
I do love that. I feel like that's not something we see that often. Scans are also pretty good, but I love the idea of burrowing drones to try to protect them from Hellion run-bys.
Yeah, it's especially because like a lot of times people will just queue up the run-by and focus on other tasks, so it actually is very helpful. Like they have to be looking at it to fire off the scan.
Same thing for like Liberators too. If you can just burrow your drones real quick. Because again, it's a queued up thing. A lot of times that's not going to be noticed by the Terran.
I definitely feel like burrow move roaches too are kind of underutilized now, even since they've been nerfed a little bit. I do feel like there's definitely a space for them still though. Like
yeah, it's something you see like every now and then. But a lot of times, like, we'll really only see that in ZVZ most of the time, right? And even then, I feel like Zergs have gotten very good at defending against it. But it's kind of funny, you don't see it that often against Terrans. I guess that's... Roaches really aren't that popular in the matchup right now.
Yeah, they're only really against Mech, and Mech is not really played at this level in this map pool, so...
Inno's trying to move out, and there is an imposter Marine in with these Marines just following along. So Rogue knows exactly where the army is this entire time. And
that
it's just
non-stim Marine, sus.
It's super sus, dude. Nice Among Us meme. I don't like this for Rogue. I don't know if he should be going back in. He's gonna try it though.
Actually, get some of the bio there. And ooh, gets right in the middle line.
Yeah. Alright. I mean, it keeps Inno back at home, right? Inno's not clearing creep right now. He's not pressuring bases. He's back at home trying to deal with this Ling Bane, so I think that's probably the biggest benefit for Rogue. But the supplies are telling me that Innovation's doing pretty well. Usually with this kind of composition from Rogue, you want to be up a lot of supply.
Yeah, and also Inno already has his 2-2 about halfway done. Rogue hasn't even started his. There, now he's just starting it.
Yeah, it just gets it started, so very behind on those upgrades. He does have his Hive about halfway done as well, and this is a beautiful engagement, clearing out a ton of these Marines. Inno very late on the pickup, only gets out of there with 8 of them. But he's got his 4th base about to get set up, and the worker count's pretty much even, although Rogue's making 12 more drones now as I say that.
Yeah, he's finally getting into the late game Zerg economy that he wants to be on. Like, he's just now letting it kick in. Do we have the income map? Oh man, actually, look at that nice income advantage chart. Ooh.
Yeah, and it's only going to grow as these 89 drones get to work. And we're still just on Ling Bane right now. We don't have any other inclination of what tech could be coming out of Rogue.
I feel like it would be Ultras when this Hive finishes, but also with 2-2 being this far off, I don't know. Okay, it is just Ultras.
Ultras and Adrenal. I love this. Adrenal's like... That's got to be just the best upgrade. It's so good.
It's definitely up there. Like, if top 5 upgrades in the game, for sure.
Really great scan there from Innovation to see the Ultra Cavern, see the Hive is finished. Knows exactly what he's up against. If he can start getting out a few Marauders here, that could be very good.
Yeah, and Inno, again, just really snappy on that timing with his upgrades. He's already got his 3-3 started. Oh, there's Burrow, Linksy, and everything, too, though. Ooh, those are Banes. Oh.
Yeah, there's a couple cheeky Banes hiding over here. I do love the Burrow Lings that are just around. You know, Rogue just has vision. And Changelings as well. Oh, man. These fake Marines just, they look so real if you're not paying attention to the weird movement of one Marine.
Did they fix the thing, by the way? Because Changelings used to not have combat shields.
Yeah, they must have changed that, because that Changeling absolutely does have combat shields.
Slightly less sus.
Right?
Well, can you imagine how weird it must be to be the Marine, though, and your buddy standing next to you just melts into a pile of sludge when it expires?
Right? Like, have you been talking to them the whole time, or what's going on?
Like, I don't know, Joe's kind of quiet today, and then he just turns into a pile of sludge.
Yeah, it turns out Joe hasn't been real for the last, like, however long game time is that a Changeling stays alive. This is some really nice damage for Inno, and these Widow Mines are still alive. Inno has to be so careful. Rogue has to be so careful. His drones are going right by it.
His long distance mining because that fourth went down, yeah. Okay, not too bad.
Alright. It turns out Rogue's good at this video game. Queens on their own, though. The Ling's got to come down and help this. There's nothing to actually kill these medevacs, except the Queens, of course, but it's not really ideal. So Inno kind of just has free reign on the map right now, as long as he's careful not to lose his actual units. And just lift up whenever he wants and kind of stick around.
Inno's already got his Ghost transition on the way. Rogue's finally getting a Spire as well. I don't really like how this game's going for Rogue. Like, on paper, he's kind of got the parts. He's got a big bank building up. He was trying to take that base in the top left, but he's getting hatches picked off here and there. His upgrades are so late. I don't know.
Yeah, it does feel like Innovation's going to have a really good time in the next couple of minutes with his Ghost coming out. Rogue's going to try to hit before all of that is fully set up, but we've got some snipes going off. I hear them. These Ultras are getting very low. This is not a planetary just yet, though. So perhaps Rogue can get on top of this, but look at those Ultras just absolutely melt to just a few Marauders poking at them. And at the same time, Rogue, okay, I mean, he's not really getting much done over at this base, but Rogue is not mining from this base on the left right now.
Yeah, I mean, losing those Ultras was a very expensive thing to fumble. And yeah, he went into Ultras like as 2-2 was finishing. He doesn't have, does he have Chitinous already?
Yes, he does have Chitinous.
Okay.
Yeah. And Anabolic Synthesis.
Uh-huh. Wow, look at you knowing your Ultra Speed upgrade names.
I'm a pro. Listen, that's why they pay me the big bucks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Rogue needs to get into something else. Like this army composition, it ain't it. It's not gonna do it. Inno's got the much better army right now. It's also a larger army because he's lower worker count.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the problem with ZVT right now, too, is what is Berserk's late game army? Because I feel like that's kind of an open question in general right now.
Ooh, a lot of Lingbane running by trying to get some SCV damage, but it's not gonna happen. Inno holds, 4 workers go down, but that was a ton of Lingbane being spent on that.
Yeah, again, like, if these run-bys were finding a little bit more, I'd be more comfortable with Rogue's position. He's finally about to get his 3-3 finish, so that'll be really nice for him. Get back on equal ground there.
Yeah, it's gonna help him out quite a bit. I'm so surprised Rogue is just keeping the Lingbane Ultra going. I kind of hate this composition.
Yeah, I'm lukewarm on it, especially with this Ghost count, but I also don't know what you do as Rogue here, because like the only thing that's kind of on the table is maybe Infestors, which Ghosts are pretty decent against anyway. Ooh, snipes going through.
So many snipes. I mean, eventually Rogue just kind of bullies his way through this and takes a big supply lead. Some Lings trying to sneak through. We do have Liberators coming out now. Is this enough for Rogue to break this? I mean, 3 Ultras against a Planetary. Ultras are pretty good.
And I'm not repairing it. There we go. Really late repair.
Repairs it super late. Oh my god. But Rogue takes the rest of his units off of it. And it's gonna live. Oh my god.
Actually, Rogue won this. I don't know exactly how. It seems like Innovation just kind of fell over.
I guess it was just that big engagement. It felt like so many snipes were happening. But a massive run by. Rogue able to get 1 base. Should have been able to get 2, if I'm honest with you. But gets 1 base. It kills 27 workers. And Innovation is suddenly not in that great of a spot. He's down 35 supply now. And all of a sudden, Rogue swarming with these 3-3 Adrenal Lings. Getting more Ultras out and getting into Corruptors now to deal with these Liberators as well. And yeah, it feels like Rogue's in a very commanding position all of a sudden. We're talking shit over here. And Rogue is like, nah, dude.
Yeah, he just hit the I win button. I don't know how he pulled that off, but he pulled it off.
That's incredible. Turns out having a lot of stuff is really good. And 22 more SCVs going down. Taking advantage of the fact that that is not a planetary anymore. And Innovation is now on 38 workers. That does mean if he's able to max, it'll be massive, but it's kind of a big if at this point. He's at 150 supply. Very far away from that max.
Rogue's also got a 2k mineral bank built up, so he can just remax on things over and over and over and take what looks like kind of mediocre trades, especially.
Oh my god. Okay, that was not mediocre, that was abysmal.
And these Banes get solid connections. No, they're actually connecting with mostly with the Marauders. Couple get onto the Ghosts.
Now it looks like all the Corruptors are going to go down. The supplies are telling me that Rogue is still winning, but this army of innovation is taking the best trade that it possibly could right now. I think it's still going to have to run home. I think he should just pick up and get out of here. He's taking a lot of damage trying to stutter step these Ghosts. I don't like that decision, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it either. Like, they were doing so well. Spellcasters are hyper efficient right now. Losing them feels like a great way to just leave yourself locked out of this game. I'm gonna go back in for more, actually.
Yeah, it keeps diving forward. But as the static defense starts to build up here, it's going to really help. Ghosts are they're really not that great against static defense, funnily enough. They're good against everything else, but not that.
Rogue's back down to like 170 supply. His bank is entirely gone.
Yeah, he spent all of that. He's got more Lings, Banes, and Ultras on the way. It really just is that composition. And Innovation is just building bio right now. He's just sending bio across the map, some mines as well. Another big flank here from Rogue. That's what won him the last fight. The Widow Mines connect. No Corruptors to pick these medevacs off. A couple of them are very, very low.
I am so shocked that Inno's holding on this tightly to this game. I feel like he's just been dead 2 times over, but he's been trading so hyper efficiently that even with how lopsided these economies are, he's managing to stay in it somehow, some way.
It's a 17k resource difference in terms of the trades. Rogue has been taking abysmal trades, but he's mining so much more that it almost doesn't matter. But Innovation's actually building back up in supply a little bit again. He was dropped down to about 100. Oh my god, but 3 cracklings. Just absolutely ravaging this base again. Anytime Inno walks away from anywhere, he just can't. And Rogue's creep is creeping.
Yeah, Inno's finally managed to get a base on this top left. Or I guess he's tried to take
almost.
it a few times. He's floating right now.
Rogue gonna go for another big flank here. I don't know why Inno keeps pushing on this position. I feel like he's taking an efficient trade and then he just gets cleaned up every time. I don't know if there's a better place for him to push, but he just keeps going over here. And,
I kind of like it because it's a relatively narrow alley that you can reduce the impact of the Ultras in, but it's still pretty rough. Like on the other side of the map, the Ultras can come in from lots of ways and dive on you if you're trying to push that 9 o'clock base.
If he had any way to stop like the big flank, but every time like Lings, Ultras, Banes, whatever it is, comes from the top side, and all of a sudden Rogue just has all the surface area he needs to win.
I'm with you there though. I do think the 9 o'clock base needs to get a little attention from Innovation because that's where the last of the mining honestly is. Rogue's starting to mine out.
Yeah, Rogue kind of needs that upper left base as well. He's been mining like crazy this whole game. But this might be one of the last fights. It feels like Inno just keeps getting cleaned up. And eventually, that's got to bite him in the butt, right? Like, at some point, Rogue's going to take a decent enough trade to keep pushing. Honestly, he might have been able to there.
Yeah, I think he's a little too respectful of this planetary and the high ground up here. And, like, that Overlord's going to see everything now, so he should know maybe that he can push that.
He wants to be careful not to throw. He doesn't have that big bank anymore, so he's just trying to take slightly more cost-efficient trades while Inno's pushing at him. He knows Inno's not mining in the upper left either. He's long-distance mining with drones up there. So the mining isn't great for either of them. It's essentially like 1.5 bases of mining, maybe 2 bases of total mining for each of them.
That's so funny, though. The long distance with the floating base above creep. That's so
yeah,
funny.
now that the creep is spread over there, like, Inno can't even land, but... And Inno's, all of his forces are down here. It's not like he has a medevac full of Marines he can spare to go up there.
Yeah, and his ghost count is actually pretty abysmal now. They're out of energy as well. I'm just going to pull back here, get some good connections on a lot of the Zerg army. Holy crap, is anyone going to do this? No, there's a lot of Link behind this.
There's still a lot of Rogue here. He's going to dive forward once again. The Widow Mines
are doing okay here, and the stutter step is very nice from Inno. His medevacs still have a decent amount of energy as well, so they're keeping this army topped up for now. Now more Widow Mines diving forward. The snipes coming out. Like you said, those ghosts are pretty low on energy. There's only 5 of them. In fact, none of them have the energy for steady shot. Is that what it's actually called?
I think it's steady aim, but yes.
Steady aim. Well, it's steady nothing right now. There's like 1 available. The Widow Mines are saving Inno right now. Again, no flank this time from Rogue, and I feel like that has been the key to his success.
Yeah, and the Queens are starting to run out of transfuse energy here. The Ultras are... They've been getting banged up, but they just get transfused back to full.
The supply is as close as it's been this entire game. Innovation is somehow parade pushing to win this right now. Oh, there's that flank from Rogue. Can the Ultras get that chewy, juicy center of the bio? Getting some decent connections, and Rogue takes the supply lead again. But it feels like it's just barely. He's just barely holding on, and Inno keeps pushing on this base. I honestly wonder if Rogue should just give this position up.
I mean, I think you can. I think you're kind of priced into fighting this, especially he keeps losing ultras defending this though, and you can't really afford to lose those at this point. He's down to 1.
He's long distance mining with like 40 drones in the upper left, and that is the majority of his mining. That last ultra goes down, and Rogue's got not much left. The base finally falls. Rogue's attacking with his drones.
Holy crap, Inno has done it. There's no way.
Yeah, I think that's it. The thing is, though, Inno has so little mining. I mean, both players are at such a small income, but a massive mule drop. Inno's got good income for like 8 seconds.
So now, are they both going to start long distance mining off the same untouched base, basically in the top left corner? How funny would that be?
Oh my god. But Rogue's taking a hatch. Rogue's taking the hatch there. He's committing.
I would have liked it if that hatch had been put down like 5 minutes ago.
He's spending all his money on units then. You know, he's trying to put... Oh my god, the Widow Mines. Oh, I think that's just too many mines. There it is, GG.
You know, taking it 2-0. What a god gamer.
Absolute god gamer.
This is your play on G Fuel, by the way, kids. If you want to play like Innovation.
Innovation, I heard that he drank a whole bunch of Pink Drip before this tournament.
Oh, are the semis best of 5?
It's actually best of 3.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Just the finals are best of 5?
Yep. Just the finals. And our other semis is Zest versus Solar. And I believe they were holding that, so we should be able to pop on into that.
Man, I don't know how you top that, though. Zest versus Solar?
Well, I don't think Top's playing anymore. I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
I almost didn't. I almost didn't do it, but I had to. All right.
You played me at my own game? Fair enough, man.
I did. But yes, Zest versus Soul are going to be very good, especially since both players are looking really nice in this bracket right now. And the thing is I feel like both Zest and Solar are pretty hit or miss. Like, I feel like they're both kind of inconsistent. You know, I would if Zest popped in here and just lost round 1, I'd be like, oh, that's too bad. But it happens. Like, it's Zest. Sometimes that'll happen. Same thing for Solar. Like, it happens, you know?
Yeah.
But both of them are looking strong.
It's like, oh, Solar went out in the first round. It's a little bit surprising, but it's okay.
Yeah, like if Nightmare beat Solar, I'd be like, those must have been some sick Blink DTs, you know? But I wouldn't have been like shocked. And kind of same thing for Zest. Like, if he had lost to pretty much any of his opponents, I'd be like, yeah, that'll happen. That'll happen. But they've both seemed to have looked very dominant. Solar actually hasn't dropped a map, and Zest only dropped 1 to Special.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah. So they're crushing it right now. That just means this ZVP is gonna be fire. Gonna be lit.
I hope so. If anything can measure up to that Rogue vs. Innovation match we just had, I will be stoked with how tonight's gone. This is a very high bar, though.
Indeed it is. All right, we got ourselves a G Fuel Energy Formula Pink Drip video to watch. Ooh. It looks good, I'm not gonna lie.
It actually does.
The marketing's pretty solid.
I'm a sucker for bright colors.
I know, me too.
Alright, though, in the bottom left of Jaga Blah Blah, in the red, he is Solar.
And his opponent, some say that he is best. For Dragon Phoenix Gaming, it is Zest.
I'm really curious what Zest is going to do in PvZ here. If he's just going to be an Adept boy.
I mean, I think it might just be Void Ray Boy. Like,
Yeah.
at least in map 1. I wouldn't be surprised. Here's what I think Zest might do. I think we're going to see standard 2 Stargate Void Ray play. Game 1. Game 2,
Okay.
Stargate into Glaive Adepts build.
Okay. I'm on board. Did you catch what the second map was? I didn't. I don't think
I did not. No.
Okay. I was wondering if you just had some hot inside information that I might not have had.
I'm not smart enough to know what builds are good on what maps. But I've heard that Protoss is good on any map, so.
Protoss is good.
And honestly, I feel like Zest is not the kind of player to have a specific build for a specific map.
Yeah.
Like
maybe.
something about Zest, he's got really crisp builds. Like his builds are crispy as Popeye's fried chicken or something. I don't know. I was just trying to go for that Popeye's joke we made earlier, but they're crispy builds, but I don't feel like he's very map dependent. I feel like he's not going to care about that as much. Like as long as he gets his vetoes in and it's not some map he's going to be terrible on or something, Zest is just going to do his builds.
Yeah, he doesn't want to play on GSL Nautilus or anything.
I mean,
Why do they keep putting the 4-player maps in GSL, by the way? I don't know why they do.
I don't know. I don't
I'm
hate
fine with
the
it
idea of a
covering.
4-player map. But the problem is everybody just vetoes it. Like there needs to be a system where we see certain maps, you know?
Yeah.
Because it's just going to be like, oh, we'll see it in the finals, or you know, it'll be some weird build that like Parting has a good build on that map or something, or SOS, and so we'll see it eventually. But
You know, I also think, like, in Code A's favor, they were doing best of 5s, even though it was like a single elimination match. And we actually did get to see Nautilus in one of those matches at least. I remember seeing it once. I don't know if there was a second time.
well, that is interesting. I did really like that it was best of 5s. I thought that was a nice way to make it feel like a little bit more impactful.
Yeah. Ling's gonna get in there. Can you get a nibble?
Get a cheeky little nibble. Gets a scout on the Void Ray. It's I'm sure a shocker here for Solar. Ooh, look at that. Gets
Oh,
a
we
kill.
actually got a pro.
Wow. What a baller. I think one of the Adepts died on the other side of the map in the meantime. The other one's desperately trying to get home in time to defend against these Lings.
Oh, but he just leaves. What the hell? Zest.
Zest is like, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, not a problem. 3 Lings in my
Ling will
main.
get in, but
That's cool.
not a ton of them.
Yeah.
Just enough to scout and see everything.
This is looking very much like standard Stargate play. I'm feeling very vindicated right now about my call
I
of
really
Zest's
like it.
gameplay.
I like how aggro Solar's being, though, kind of like just every time there's an opening, he just runs Lings in. He's very on the opponent's side of the map with them instead of just sitting at home waiting for the Adepts or something.
I think that's something a lot of Zerg players have started leaning into more and more. I want to give props to Raynor for that one, because I feel like a lot of that comes from Raynor constantly getting run bys over the last couple of years, and other Zerg players trying to imitate that style a bit. Those adepts killed the
other
one
adept.
drone trying to build the roach warrant, and I'm like frustrated for solar. Just so annoying. No second Stargate here, it's worth noting, which is really interesting because everything else about this build looks pretty much standard, you know, Stargate play lately, but it's a much earlier Twilight Council and Forge here. It's just going to be charge and plus
charge and plus 1 here.
Yeah. Again, it's looking very standard, but no second Stargate, no Void Ray play. So I don't know, is Zest just going straight into a heavy ground army?
Yeah, I don't know how much I like this actually.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like this is just going to be kind of weaker. Like, Solar can just build roaches, right? That's all he has to do, he just builds roaches. A few drones go down there, but nothing to write home about. Solar, I do feel like needs a 4th base, though. But I am questioning now whether or not he's planning on building a 4th base. I think he's going to walk across the map.
He's on 56 drones. He's not droning further. If he was going to take a 4th, it normally would be down by now. This is about the latest you can wait, 6 minutes.
Yeah.
At least historically, I think it might be even faster now, just because of the way the metas are evolving. It might be a little bit faster. But yeah, I think he's just going to make a bunch of stuff and go. A few number of queens here. They've got decent energy. And the nice part about Jag Blah Blah is you do have the speed zones in the middle, so you can get your queens across the map relatively quicker.
Yeah, they have that extra bonus. Look how fast they move through that speed zone. Wow.
That's an
They're
almost
practically
move speed.
running. Yeah, that's like, oh man, that's so quick. It's almost as fast as a floating Terran building. Well, Zest knows what he's up against now, and he is dropping down cannons, shield batteries. He's got Archons. Charges done, +1 is very close to being finished here for Zest. He's just building as much stuff as he possibly can right now. An Immortal popping out as well. I feel like Zest has the tools to defend. It's going to be on Solar to get some good bile connections. And
yeah, I mean, that first Archon going down before the shield batteries and such were finished is going to be pretty difficult. Now they're finished. This is a weird angle for Solar to be taking this fight. I don't know. It's going to bile down a lot of the static B.
yeah, and the Queens are here to push away the Void Ray, but it is just the one Void Ray, so not a big committal on that air for Zest. And Super Shield Battery going to buy some time, but it's starting to get biled down. It actually stays alive the whole overcharge.
Yeah, Solar actually just had enough to right-click and volley that Archon, even with the Super Shield Battery.
Who even needs vials to land when you can just have enough units? Solar's got a lot of stuff here. Zest is down to 20 army supply. The cannons are falling. The batteries are falling. This Void Ray is barely staying alive. It's got 22 kills, but I don't know if it's going to be enough by itself. The hero Void Ray. Immortal pops out, is surrounded by Lings. And I think Solar might have just done it. Turns out building a lot of Roach Ravager and Queens is a pretty good strategy.
I'm a little cautious to make this claim, but I am kind of curious because there's been so many different all-in responses to Stargates. I'm curious if the 2 Stargate Void Ray is a little bit on the way out.
You know, on the one hand, I think maybe you are correct. I've seen a lot less of it lately. On the other hand, I feel like 2 Stargate play might have had a better chance of holding that. Like,
it's very, very powerful. Like, that's definitely for sure.
If that had been scouted early enough and there were like 8 Void Rays out on the map by the time that got there, those Queens were not enough. It would have come down to the Biles, and maybe it wouldn't have worked, but I think it would have worked a little bit better.
I mean, yeah, I'm kind of with you there too. I think if that push had been a little bit slower, the static defense had been done a little bit sooner. It's another one of those, like, the 5 seconds totally changes how that game ends.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a tough hold no matter what. I mean, we see why Solar seems to be winning a whole lot of ZVPs lately. Turns out he's pretty good at that. Pretty good at those kinds of builds. I guess we'll see if he can do it again here as we're hopping into Oxide. He's up 1-0, 1 game away from moving on to the finals. It is Kaiser Gaming's Solar.
Wow, wee, solar, a plus line, wow.
Woo, yeah.
And in the top right, the Blue Protoss repping Team Dragon Phoenix Gaming. He is the best. He is Zest.
I zested a lime earlier.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, for dinner. Zested a lime.
Nice. Delightful, dude.
Yeah. Delimeful.
Did you put the lime in the coconut and shake it all up?
Ooh, no. Did not have a coconut available to me, sadly. So no lime and coconut combination. I don't know, like, is that song suggesting that you should put a lime in a coconut? Or
Yeah, I think the implication is the coconut also contains an alcoholic beverage of some variety.
oh, I see. That makes a lot of sense.
Hence the shaking.
Right. Would be tough to shake up a coconut with a beverage in it, though. I would think.
Yeah. I don't know.
No.
I cannot say. I have not made many mixed drinks and coconuts in my time.
Yeah, neither have I. Surprisingly, I lived in Hawaii for a long time. Like, you would think at some point that I would have popped a coconut open and just, drop some rum in there or something, put a little lime in there, mix it
I'm
up.
beginning to question your credibility as a Hawaiian.
Yeah,
With your fake McLovin ID.
that's right. Yeah, I don't know. I just stay one haole, as they say in Hawaii. If there's any Hawaiians in the chat, they'll know that's accurate.
All two of them. Hey, Pop, are you here?
That's right. That's pretty much it.
Hey, look, a Stargate. Who
Yeah.
predicted this?
I don't know. Do we think there's going to be... Oh my god. What? Zest. Zest is my hero. This is +1. +1 before Warp Gate.
Roddy?
Hashtag
Is
Roddy
that
build?
you?
Oh my god. Does that mean... Are we going to see Phoenixes?
I don't know. I don't know.
Like, sure, +1 is good for Void Rays too, but I feel like seeing +1 this early, to me, that says Phoenixes. I don't know. All right.
It's just a Void Ray.
It's a Void.
Purple.
All right. Damn.
I was leaning towards Void Ray. I didn't want to just stake my flag because the gas lined up pretty well for Void Ray, but
I
Sometimes
was
you
just
want-
being hopeful. All our talk about Phoenixes, I thought it was going to pay off.
I wanted to show the scam to Roddy after and be like, see, you were right.
Roddy knows he's right. That's the beauty of it.
Okay. That's fair. Roddy does not need some humble NA rookie caster to be like, oh, you're right. And be like, I know, mate. I'm Roddy.
That's right. You know what, though? I bet he'd like to hear it anyways.
Fair enough.
This is great. Oh, I love it. You know what this feels like? It feels like a nice build.
Yeah.
It's just going to be like early +1 Void Rays, booping and bopping around. I'd love to see like a quick Flux Veins too. Get these
can
Void
get
Rays really annoying. God, they're going to be so annoying.
You think he's gonna flux around?
I don't actually think he's going to, but I would kind of love to see it. But I don't know if it's worth it. It's a lot of money to spend for the Void Rays to like go from quick to fast.
This is true. Actually, he is swapping into Phoenixes too.
Oh.
He's got like three Void Rays now.
All right. That's interesting. The Phoenix is an interesting choice here. Well, what does Solar got going on back at home? Solar's got a Roachhorn and Queens. And 10 Lings on the way. The Phoenixes
I
are
think
not going to help against the Lings.
I feel like Zest is about to just get all in again though.
I think you're right. There's no lair. I mean, 4 Overlords on the way. I'm feeling like this is about to be a big ol' all-in.
Yeah, These phoenixes are gonna look really sad when they lift like 2 wings.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if there's, I don't know. I don't know. There's gonna be cannons going down. I'm pretty sure this forge is for cannons to defend the third.
Yeah, I mean, I like that a lot, actually. The phoenixes will come in here and they'll see everything, so Zest should maybe pick up on this now?
I mean, there's no lair, and there's a million queens, right? Like, and this is solar, you know? Like, you gotta know what's going on here. He's gonna kill a few drones, but doesn't want to stick around too long. You need to maintain those lifts because, yeah, the Phoenix, they have a lot of lifting to do.
Yeah, if you don't get your reps in every day, you will lose those gains from the Phoenixes.
He's trying to get into a Twilight Council. +1 started up. I don't know if Zest realizes how dire of a situation this might be pretty soon. But Solar's on 46 drones.
Yeah. This is really spooky. He's taking on these rocks to get a little bit of a faster push with the reinforcements as well.
This is taking a bit of time. Zest still out on the map with these Phoenixes. I think Zest might just die right here. This is not, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
That's a lot of, that's 9 queens pushing forward right now. I think Zest just realized what he's up against. I don't know. He's full counterattacking with these Phoenixes. They're gonna kill all the overlords, and Solar's like, I already have all the supply I need. Like, what could possibly be more necessary than this?
Yeah, and he's gonna be able to bully up in here slowly but surely. He recalled the Phoenixes back home too.
Yeah, I mean, he does need them back at home. These bios are really zoning.
He might be able to do this with, if he can just buy enough time for a couple rounds of weapons. Maybe. I don't know. That's gonna be very close.
It's tough. Those queens are they're so like bulky to get up a ramp like this, but there's no gateways to block them anymore, and they're kind of already here, right? They're in range of the Nexus. I don't know how Zest engages. Granted, Zest does have +1, so as more and more of these air units get out, they're killing things very quickly. He's kept the Void Rays alive this entire time too, which is very important.
Oh, he might be able to pick off a Ravager too, yeah. So we're getting a little bit ahead of himself, pushing up that ramp without the rest of the queens.
Yeah, a couple of these units going down, and once it's just the queens on their own, they don't last nearly as long. They need those Ravager Biles to stop the air units from just being able to take them down, forcing Zest to micro on multiple fronts here. More Zealots being warped in.
If there was a shield battery or 2 on the high ground, but yeah, Zest is pretty much clean this up.
Zest, he's got a lot of money floating right now. Like 2 more Void Rays on the way here would make me feel a lot better about this, but the queens are dead. They used all their transfuses already, and Zest was so good about keeping his units alive. He takes everything down. He only lost 3 probes this whole time. Is that really a thing?
No, he's lost 11 over the course of that bridge. But yeah, it was a very low worker kill.
And I mean, Solar's gotten, it's like he's got nothing back at home. He doesn't even have a lair.
Yeah, like with the Phoenixes still alive and the Void Ray count starting to pile up, I don't know how you live here as Solar.
I actually don't know how Zest lived. Like, how did Zest do that? That was actually such an incredible hold.
It was, yeah, that was like down to the millisecond, honestly, with those gateways kicking in and the last couple of Void Rays. Yeah. Very tight timing.
Very impressive. I don't know if there were like mistakes from Solar, things he could have done differently. It did feel very awkward. Like, he didn't have a lot of micro potential trying to push up that natural ramp. Like, maybe he should have gone for the third, the safer kill. But I feel like Zest is just in too good of a position. Solar, obviously, he's got nothing else to do. He's just got to go for it again. The full send, going to try to knock up this ramp. But there's charge lots and Archons now. So these Lings are, I don't want to say useless, but they're useless.
Yeah, they're going to look pretty silly, especially with +1 ground attacks being done here for Zest. This is going to be a much different fight this time around. It's going to be, I think, even more lopsided maybe than the first time.
Yeah, I think it is. It was a very close fight first time, but this time I think Zest should just be able to clean this up. And there it is. GG. Zest ties it up 1-1.
You know what? I was not a believer there. Zest proved me wrong. I was like, oh, he's just gonna get all in again. It doesn't look like he's ready for it, but
Then I saw
what?
Zaz's face. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind.
I'm a believer. I could leave her if I tried. Burn her, burn her, burn her.
Ah, absolute banger. Now the winner of this has to fight Innovation in the finals, and that's gonna be a tough one.
It'll be a tall order. Innovation is looking really strong.
I mean, 2-0ing Rogue, it was a weird series, especially game 1. But yeah, he's crushing some people today. Pillars of Gold for game 3. What do we think we're gonna see? More +1 Void Rays?
I'm gonna put a really bold prediction down. Zest is gonna go Stargate, and Solar's gonna all in him.
Oh, wow, that is a bold prediction. There's not much supporting evidence to back that up. We haven't seen much of either of those things yet in this series so far.
It's very off meta. I know it's a weird call to make, but I think it's possible.
It would be very unlike Solar to all in. Well, speaking of the red Zerg, in the lower left-hand corner of Pillars of Gold, all tied up 1-1. It is Kaizi Gaming's Solar.
And in the top right, the blue Protoss, repping Team Dragon Phoenix Gaming. He is Zest, looking to advance onto the finals.
That's right. It looks like our prize pool up to $23.99 and 15 cents. Means we just need a few people out there to use the coupon code or to do some of those sponsor quests.
Click that link, nerds. Do your part.
Click the button.
You don't even have to do anything. You just have to click the button.
Right? It's so
easy.
easy.
We're not even asking you to jam that mother flip and like or to subscribe or hit the bell. Just click the button.
Right?
What could go wrong?
Push the goddamn button.
It's a big red shiny button. What do you think it's gonna do? Launch a nuclear missile? No, that's a Terran thing. This is a ZVP.
Come on. No nuclear missiles here. I'm not in Hawaii anymore.
Man, that's such a weird story.
Yeah, it is.
I cannot believe that. I had almost completely forgotten about it until you mentioned it again a while ago.
Yeah, like you don't think about it, and then it pops back, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. That morning I woke up and thought I was gonna die. Yeah, that was interesting.
Had your own mini little Cuban Missile Crisis.
Yeah, just like a tiny baby. 10 to 15 minutes. There's gonna be a missile hitting my island, kind of. Crisis.
Well, Hawaii's had it too good for too long.
Right? I guess so. I was like, what do I even do? Like, I could climb in the tub, I guess. That's a thing people do. I was like, probably wouldn't really work though. Like, I'm pretty sure the ceiling would just fall down on me and kill me anyways. Like, I guess I just have to hope that the bomb misses me.
That's a pour a really stiff drink and go lay in the yard kind of feel.
It was 8 o'clock in the morning. I had just woken up. I was like, I guess I'll sit on the couch and pet my cat.
Not the worst.
Yeah, you know what? It wasn't bad.
Okay, look.
Yeah.
A Stargate.
Oh my god, a Stargate?
A Stargate.
Wow.
I'm so smart. Look at me calling this.
You
meta.
are smart. You must be feeling very good over there. How can I ask you a question? How does it feel to have that many wrinkles in your brain? Is it painful?
No, it's all incredibly thanks to the smooth, tasty sweetness of G Fuel. So.
Ooh, wow, nice plug. That was good.
Selling out, dude.
Yeah. Shout out to G Fuel.
You've heard of the Twitch Prime ambassador Hurston, but I am apparently the G Fuel ambassador.
That's right, the G Fuel ambassador for Pink Trip. Did you know? Fun fact: every pylon in all these games we've been watching, they've all been Pink Trip pylons.
Oh, really? Did they warp in faster, like super pylons?
They do, but unfortunately, all the maps we played on have been rigged against Protoss, so the warp-ins are the same.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a temporary Protoss nerf that happened to coincide with the pink drip pylon.
Somebody might want to talk to an admin about that, but okay.
Yeah, well, it's just unfortunate timing, really.
Zest also going for an Oracle first again. No cheeky +1 air attack either.
It makes me very sad, but I understand. It's going to be a nice, quick third base here. This is looking back to standard, and it makes me wonder... Oh, there we go. Question answered. Second Stargate. So this is full-on standard double Stargate Void Ray play.
Yeah, no Roach Warren started yet for Solar. I think he's going to drone up a little bit more. Oracle finding a couple workers transferring.
Oh, look at this Oracle. Look at that cheeky Oracle. Getting 3 drones.
They forgot Game Heart, by the way.
Oh my god. Well, you know what Solar didn't forget this game is a lair. And this is the first lair this series, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean, he's not on super drone saturation. So there's definitely the real possibility that he does still just want to all in. He is droning a little bit more with this, but this could just be like a normal safety lair, safety Roach Warren.
You know, maybe there was a lair in game 1 and he got roach speed. I think that was the thing, actually. So I think I'm wrong.
It's too late for me to be remembering things, so that's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's okay. Chat remembers, and that's all that really matters.
Chat will always be there like, this caster's an idiot.
Yeah. Well, that's the... You just have to be an idiot, and then you get chat engagement.
It's the perfect crime.
No, you don't understand. He said something wrong on the internet. Oh, God.
I'm gonna go make a really long Team Liquid thread about this.
Lol, KXD.
Solar actually knows how to go to 60 drones?
I know, this is crazy. We got pneumatized Carapace on the way. Does that mean the queens are coming in a dropper lord?
I don't actually know the details of that build.
No, I mean infestation pick going down. I guess is a macro game.
So there is a thing too where you can go for infestors and actually use a microbial shroud as one of these counter pushes, but that goes with hydras generally. So I think the hydra didn't get started as well here.
That's interesting. I do remember like a microbial shroud build against this. That was really good. But I think the heavy hydra builds have been countered by Protoss, generally speaking. Like that's why we're seeing Charge and +1 already finished up right now, basically, right?
Yeah.
And it's swarm hosts. Oh.
Okay. So this is the other thing. I'm curious how this is gonna work, because this is another thing that I've been thinking about a lot off stream. Is our swarm hosts still good in this matchup? They're very strong, but with the map control the Void Rays give, you're kind of gambling on the Void Rays just not finding your swarm host, or the Nidus if you pair this with a Nidus worm.
But I'm sorry, I'm stuck on this thing. Did you say you think off stream?
Occasionally.
Oh, that's weird. I try to avoid that.
Actually, if you didn't know this, all Twitch streamers disappear into the aether of the internet after they turn the stream off.
Yeah. No, that's accurate. That's accurate. I like this little prism for Zest. It's not doing too much, but it's keeping the units back for now. Buying a little time. I mean, these swarmos have been out for a while, and they haven't popped their locust yet. And the longer they wait, the better it is for Zest, right? He gets no more warp-ins. Storm is about to finish. +1 is done. And Zest knows about them, right? I'm pretty sure he saw swarm hosts.
If he hasn't seen them, he's about to here as they're going to waddle in. I think the observer saw them, though, yeah.
This is very interesting from Solar, actually. Going for, like, bringing the queens with this. This is a big attack with the swarm hosts, with the locusts.
Yeah, I think I saw Scarlet do something like this in ESL a week or two ago.
Oh, big storms.
Super convincing there, mostly because the swarm host kind of clogged up the ramp and the queens didn't get the fight too much. This one might be different. Those locusts were really sad, though.
Yeah, the Locusts did almost nothing. They did force the High Templar to morph into Archons, but those Archons are going to be very nice here. Third Immortal pops out, and Zest is feeling it. Zest is ready to go. He's like, come at me, bro. I think my army wins, and I think he's right, actually. This is just not enough for Solar. There's a full surround. The Vials hit some of the Void Rays. Zest is like, I don't need to micro, but it turns out he might be right, actually. Whoa,
yeah, Locusts right as the rest of the army dies. Perfect timing there, buds.
Yeah, the Locusts are like, don't worry. The army won't be able to finish these last 3 Queens and 2 Ravagers. We'll make sure of it.
And they just get to sit there and wiggle sadly on the ground as they explode.
Oh, they killed 2 Zealots. 2 Zealots.
Wow.
And we have 2 Immortals and a Warp Prism. You were just talking about how we don't see this anymore. And here it is, just for you.
You're making my dreams come true, Zest. And there's disruptors with this too, so Zest is just gonna micro this to death.
I think this follow-up, I love it for Solar that he's getting into Hydras now too, but I feel like the disruptors are gonna be kind of the game ender here. The Locusts pop again. They're gonna go into the natural. They can't decide where to go. They're buying a lot of time.
These disruptor novas are getting a ton of connections
Yeah,
to the team. And it looks like Solar has a ton on the supply side. He's at 190 to 130, but it's actually all in like Roach, Ravager, Swarm House.
Well,
so
once those Swarm Hosts are off cooldown, it's like that's a ton of supply just doing absolutely nothing in this fight right now. And Solar's trying to back up, but Zest is closing that supply gap.
Yeah, those Hydras are gonna have to turn their sad little tails and wiggle home.
They're trying, but charge lots are pretty quick. Fun fact. I don't know if you knew. They're fast units.
Yeah, when they buffed it, I remember people calling them the Insane Bolt.
Yeah. That's pretty accurate. We do have a Nidus on the way, but like, I mean, I guess the Swarm Host can hop in it. It doesn't. We'll see if we can get something done. I don't want to say too early that it's not going to work.
I like this a lot with the Swarm Host. I just wish that instead of this Queen push, it had been on the first place. Oh no.
One of the Swarm Hosts dies, but the Locust being forced to pop off here that's the real damage. Like, now Solar has to wait that full cooldown. And Zest is cruising. Doesn't have to worry about those Locusts.
I actually think that losing the Swarm Host is not the biggest deal there for Solar, because he's like trying to trade him out a little bit anyways, but definitely firing off those Locusts prematurely is a big deal.
Yeah, that supply could be better used in other things. We see a lot of Banes out, and Bane speed almost done here. Zest pushing on the map a little bit. Does have to be careful. There's a lot of army for Solar here.
You know what's not great for Banelings to hit? Literally any of this Protoss army. Like there's
that's
nothing
true.
but targets.
Except for the Zealots on the left-hand side. The Banes are really trying to chase that away. Locust hitting this 4th base. Zest absolutely not prepared for that at all. But while the Locusts are over there, he's just going to go for the counterattack. Does he have enough armor to just push through this? There are so many disruptors here that the Novas are going to be nearly non-stop. The Banelings are connecting pretty well on the Stalkers, but then the Zealots come from the left side and the Banes are all gone. I just don't think there's enough left for Solar.
Yeah, those disruptor hits, cleaning up 3 or 4 units each time. They've wiped out the Zillion.
GG. There was just too much Protoss there. And Zest, he holds. He proves that today he is best when it comes to PvZ.
He's not quite best yet, though. He still is the final boss of this series. Innovation.
Yes.
Will be our final match.
Innovation taking out the whole bottom side of the bracket. Defeating Rex, Patience, Cure, and Rogue without dropping a single map as of yet.
Man. We could have had Ender versus Mio Micah finals. We could have had that world. Instead, we're cursed with this crappy Innovation versus Zest.
I know. Like, Inno versus Zest, who would have suspected that? Like, when you're looking at this bracket, I don't think anybody picks Inno versus Zest to finish it off here. You know?
It's truly an outlier. I can't believe we got this, but I'm so thrilled with it.
Yeah, it's such a crazy one. You'd never see a match like this in a big tournament usually. Real talk, I actually don't really know what to expect. I feel like I haven't seen too much Zest versus Terran lately, so like, I don't know. I feel so comfortable commentating Zest against Zerg, or even against Protoss. I'm like, what Terrans has he played lately?
He does look strong, but also Inno looks so commanding that I kind of feel like he just ends up dismantling them. Like, I feel like this might be a slaughter for Inno.
I hope not. I hope not. We'll see. We'll see again, because Zest could have some really cheeky builds up his sleeve. We saw Zaun take out Bjorn earlier with just some really solid play. Who knows? Who knows?
I like trying to guess what the map's going to be based on the Korean in the chat. Pillars of Gold, that's what that means.
I do that with some of the non-Korean languages. If I'm casting anything on Europe, I like to do that. But I understand zero Korean, so...
Me either.
I can't read it based on that. I like when it's in like Spanish or French, German. I can like give it a shot. Korean, there's just no chance though.
Oh yes, that one looks like a little house with a line under it. Oh,
oh, that's a circle.
How delightful.
Yeah. One of these characters means gold. Maybe two of them together mean gold.
Maybe 3 of them.
Potentially 3 of them.
What if they all mean gold, but except for one, which means pillars of value?
Is it the pillars of his value? That's a lot of characters for just gold, though.
Yeah, but you gotta let them know that you have the gold.
That's true. That's true. All right. Our final G Fuel Pink Drip intro video to this match. Our grand finals of the G Fuel Pink Drop Pylon tournament. And spawning in the lower left-hand corner of Pillars of Gold, it is Kaizi Gaming's Innovation.
And in the top right, fittingly in pink, repping Dragon Phoenix, Zest.
I like it. Zest knows what he's doing.
This is a man who knows how to sell out, and I appreciate that.
That's right. Zest is like, this is the Pink Drip Pylon tournament. I'm gonna go for pink. Go for pink for the win. You get bonus points that way.
I don't think that's correct, but it should be.
Well, there's no actual points in this tournament, but you get more points for being in pink.
I think there actually are OSC points.
Are there points? Well, it's... Damn.
No, there's not.
You get more shekels.
Okay.
For dressing up in pink.
There actually aren't OSC points for this.
No.
I lied.
Are there ESL points? Probably not. Because it's an invitational, right? So, although there were qualifiers. No, still
There
probably.
were qualifiers for 4 Southeast Asia players, but everyone else, the way this worked was everybody who was already a partner of G Fuel on the stream and was a StarCraft person, they got to pick 3 or 4 players to invite. I think it's really funny because Ragnarok and Party are both partners of G Fuel, and they both pick themselves for their teams. I just obviously you would do that if you're like that caliber of a pro player. I just think it's funny.
That is hilarious.
Points, excuse me.
But like, of course you would. Of course you would pick yourself. You get paid.
Yeah.
Or you might get paid. I don't actually know what the prize pool distribution is.
It did pay down to top 32, I believe.
Did it? Okay, that's good. That's good. Also, there are OSE points. Okay, so no bonus points for being in pink.
Okay, yeah.
You can get extra. You get another stamp on your card.
Oh.
Yeah.
And at 10 stamps, you get your second Stargate free.
You get at 10 stamps, you get 2 Stargates for the price of 2.
Oh, what a deal.
Yeah, it's a really good deal.
For 300 minerals and 300 gas, you too can have 2 Stargates.
All right, well, double marine coming out of innovation. Looks like just probably a marine mine drop rather. Very standard stuff. The Stargate from Zest is kind of interesting. I feel like more often we see Twilight, but we've seen some Stargate play today in this matchup.
Yeah, and again, I don't hate it. I don't think Void Rays are strong here. This is definitely still like, yeah, you go Oracle and then you go like Phoenix Colossus here. I really like this style though, from Protoss.
I do too. I feel like we were talking about it earlier. It's kind of a tempo-based style, right? The Terran has to respond to it, and I think it's always stronger to be the one being responded to. That's like the strategically stronger place to be in the matchup.
It's a very spindly composition though too. Like it's very gas intensive. It's very fragile. So if you screw up for half a second, you just explode.
And there are some ways to take advantage of the composition, right? Like there are certainly pushes that Terran can do that kind of just bop it, but a lot of it comes down to execution, which I think makes it very, very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Like, oh, what were the games we saw earlier? I think it was against Inno, right?
It was which ones? Is the Zaun Beyond?
No, Zaun Beyond, that was it. Yeah, with all the tank lift up. Yeah, Zaun just looked insane with it. He's like, oh, I'm gonna wait until the perfect moment. I'm gonna strike. I'm gonna lift all your important units, and actually all your stuff's dead. Oops.
Yep. Oops. Oopsie doopsie.
Did I do that?
But I don't know if we're gonna see it work quite that way for innovation here. Nice mine hit actually. Splashes on a couple of those phoenixes. One of them gets very low, but of course one Widow Mine does not kill a phoenix. Ooh, Phoenix is gonna dive back in, just trying to chip damage off of these air units, but innovation on it with the repair. I always like to see Terran players repair, because sometimes they don't. Some Terran players, they do not care how many hit points their units have. They just do not repair. Ooh.
I think it's one of those abilities that's not, like, I'm notorious kind of for complaining about repair when I'm salty trying to kill battle cruisers, but there is an opportunity cost. Because you're not mining with those SCVs, you're actually spending money with them. So I kind of get it, why it's not as commonly used, but also I feel like it is underrated in general.
It's also an APM cost, right? And especially later in the game, a lot of times that's not worth your APM to heal up, you know, like a medevac or 2 or something like that. Like building 2 more is much quicker on your APM. You can do that without looking. So there's something to be said for that, but I like it in the early part of the game here, especially on like the Raven, and this first medevac is so important. It has tons of energy right now. Like the longer it stays alive, obviously the better for innovation. These phoenixes have taken some damage. Oh my god, they're finally gonna get that medevac. Well, I guess the repair was not worth it.
That medevac had like full energy as well. No robo for Zest as of yet. He's just had a huge gateway explosion hitting, so
yeah, God, he's going for charge of plus. This feels like a old school PvT style, and Zest was, I mean, the best at this, right? Mass charge lot, essentially. And Zest was the baller at that one. He's got 4 gases right now, which is not very many. Innovation is taking a 3rd base behind this. He's finishing up that CC right now. A ton of Widow Mines with this. 8 Widow Mines with this push, which is going to be so strong, but he has to be very careful as well, because Phoenix is flying over bio and tanking those Widow Mine shots. Adds splash damage is a hell of a thing.
And also Concussive Shell just finished up for these Marauders, so it's gonna nerf capabilities of these charge lots a little bit. Yeah, he's gonna find a couple on the way, try and get a run by.
Yeah, he's actually gonna chase them back up this ramp and find this proxy gate that just finished.
You thought you were gonna be cheeky and proxy me. Be aggressive. Oh, that's actually cute with a hallucinated phoenix to eat a couple mine shots.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, he's not gonna hit this one. There's a lot of phoenixes out on the map though. 10 phoenixes. I feel like usually when you see a phoenix style, it's like 6 phoenix at most. But he's making an 11th one right now. Like this is a massive phoenix count for Zest.
Yeah, I mean, he's not really spinning the gas on anything else besides a couple archons.
God.
So
The Zealots diving in, anti-armor missile on top of absolutely everything. A beautiful positioning here for innovation. These Widow Mines have just been crushing everything. That was an ill-fated attack by Zest. I do not like that attack at all.
he's got to turn around here. Like, the robot's about to finish.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, that's it. All right.
That's a way to lose a game.
That's, you know, I don't know. I don't really know what to say there. Zest was like, I should go attack. And it was, no, he should not do that.
What if we sit outside my opponent's natural? Surely there won't be a couple Widow Mines there.
There were a lot of Widow Mines. Innovation was like, I think I just make Widow Mines and win here, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I really don't like the style that Terrans have been doing of littering Widow Mines all over the map. Not.
You do play Zerg, so I understand why you don't like that style.
It's very frustrating to play against.
Yeah, honestly, even in TVT, it's extremely frustrating. Like, Widow Mines out on the map is so difficult to play against. And I think Zest just played right into Inno's hand that time. Inno was like, I think you're making a lot of Zealots. I think I'm just going to make a bunch of Widow Mines. And it went basically how you'd expect that fight to go.
Yeah. It's like, nice Phoenixes, nice Zealots. Okay, nerd. I think if Zest had been a little more snappy on the Colossus transition, it would have been okay. He died basically as the first robo was finishing.
Yeah, I mean, kind of the anything transition, right? Like, I feel like the issue is that there wasn't much of a transition at all. The transition was to charge lots and then just more of those, more charge lots. And that wasn't really the answer in that situation. But perhaps in this game, it will be the answer. Spawning in the upper right-hand corner for Kaizi Gaming. It is our blue Terran. Innovation.
And in the bottom left, the pink Protus, repping that G Fuel pink pylon, or pink drip pylon. He is Dragon Phoenix Gaming Zest. What a poem.
Ba-boom.
Even his pylon. What nice branding.
Right? That pylon is dripping in pink.
Look at that. I wonder if my brain will crystallize into this level of smart energy giving niceness if I had pink drip.
It is true that if you drink G Fuel pink drip, that you will actually be as beautiful as this pylon.
As beautiful as Zest, maybe?
I can't make that guarantee. That's a little too far. But
not only
this pylon,
he just gets to be very attractive.
I know.
It's unfair. It's mortal.
It's really not fair. Can we nerf Zest, please?
Just winning the lottery at everything.
Right. I also want to say, like, Zest, like lime Zest, really good. I mentioned I had some earlier. Super good. You ever want to make your rice better? Just zest some lime in that bitch. Amazing.
I am absolutely hooked, by the way, on tortilla chips with lime in them now. Like, you can just get them at the store. So good.
Oh, they're so good. Man, now I want some. I'm so hungry right now. I don't know how you're feeling. I'm getting the 20 after 1 in the morning hunger pangs.
I ate right before we went live, so I'm good. Although now I want a bag of tortilla chips and I want to sit in bed and watch Netflix.
That's the ideal way to spend an evening.
It is 4:20 in the morning my time. We still got a finals to get through.
Well, it's an ideal way to watch the sun come up then.
It really is, dude.
I almost just spilled water everywhere.
Oh no. Tragic, dude.
It would have been very sad. Fortunately, it did not happen. We've got another Stargate build. Zest is really leaning into the Stargates today.
You know, if it ain't broke,
It's true.
he did lose game 1, so maybe fix it, but also...
Maybe he was like, it wasn't the Stargate that was broken, but it was I who was broken.
I was broken by Widow Mines.
Yeah.
And Inno again. Looks like he's gearing up for that Widow Mine drop.
I do like Phoenixes against harassment. I feel like it's a really strong way to kind of shut down any sort of harassment openings from Terran.
Yeah.
It obviously has weaknesses against strong pushes.
Yeah, so
that
back
other
in the
openings
day,
don't.
Sure, you would go for a quick +1 melee and link flood them.
Yes.
But it can definitely give you a lot of nice map control against stuff like, you know, a warp prism or a medevac.
Yeah, I think Phoenixes have some really big weaknesses. You can't really just go for them every single game. I feel like if Inno did like a cheeky 3 racks or something where he just was pumping out bio units and got across the map,
Yeah.
there are some attacks that could just be very, very strong against Phoenixes. They just don't have the ability to deal with an actual army early game. When all you have are Phoenixes and like 2 Adepts, it doesn't really stop a Stim Bioforce. But
Yeah, they also kind of force you into being very active with them, which does come at an attention cost. So it's not nothing.
yeah,
Like, you can't make 10 Phoenixes and just have them sit out front of your natural. They have to be across the map looking for things to lift up. Or screening for harassment or what have you, at least.
yeah, you do have to be very active with them. 'Cause the more they sit at home doing nothing, I mean now they're sitting at home and they're not even stopping this Widow Mine hit. Okay, finally they do grab the 2 in the main. I think they'll take them down before they get off. That's kind of what I'm talking about. Like, those 3 Widow Mines killed, I think, 1 probe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't actually know how Zest pulled that off. To only lose 1 probe there? That's so...
Well, that's the beauty of the Phoenix defense, and that's why they were sitting at home. I think was waiting for a potential drop. They're also fantastic against Hellions.
Yeah.
Like any sort of that early game pressure, Phoenixes just shut it down super hard. But we see Inno getting into more barracks now. He's got his 3rd CC about to finish up. And the big weakness of Phoenixes, of course, is buildings and real armies. Buildings and real armies. Something
Similar to
Phoenixes...
Widow Mine. Can't hit buildings.
Yeah. Unless they're floating.
Oh. Wait, can Widow Mines actually lock onto floating buildings?
Widow Mines? Oh, no. Sorry,
Oh,
I thought we were
okay.
still talking about Phoenixes. That would be hilarious, though.
That would seem like a very Brood War interaction, actually. Like, I float my barracks over the Widow Mines to set them off, and then my army goes in.
That's... I love the idea of that. Like, I know it can't happen, but I love it.
Make it so, Blizzard.
Make it so.
Let me balance the game with my stupid ideas. Zest getting a much faster Storm and Robo with this, so I like this much more this time around from Zest.
Yeah, I think Storm is something that would have helped him out a bit last game. I don't know if he had Storm, but he definitely didn't have any High Templar to use it with.
Yeah, I don't think he did. He had some Archons. I don't think he had Storm, though.
It's like the worst version of Storm.
My Storm is big and fat and slow, and I can't get up a ramp if I wall myself out wrong.
Yeah, and it has 3 range. Or 2 range? 3 range, right?
I think it's 3.
I always get my ranges mixed up. Because what a Roach has 4, right? 4 range.
That sounds right, because a Hydra's 5, and then it's 6
All right.
with the upgrade.
I'm pretty sure it's 3 for an Archon. No, Raven gets taken down. Tries to drop its auto turrets in desperation. It's such a sad Raven move.
Dude, Stim just finished before Stim Pack. Or Storm just finished before Stim Pack. How often do you see that?
That is kind of crazy. Super fast Storm. And what's funny is I feel like Storm has been kind of underrated lately, right? Of course, Ghosts are very strong, so I understand why we're not seeing as much Storm, but I love that Zest is going for this really early Storm because there is no Ghost Academy, right? There's no counter to this for Inno other than don't be in the Storm, which is a very difficult thing to do. Oh, and he's getting +1 ship weapons and a Viking out. I think he thinks it's Colossi.
He might. This also might just be for a Liberator transition from Inno, because if you can get to +2, the Liberators will one-shot a Stalker, I think? Plus, I know the breakpoint for Liberators is +2.
Yeah, I think it's a 2-shot of a Stalker, but no Liberators out right now. Zest is diving forward. A nice first Storm. Second one's kind of a zoning Storm. Inno does have a massive split going. There's also a big Zealot run by right into the natural. Zest just trying to take good fights on both sides. God, these Storms are so good. These units are so weakened up here.
Juicy Storms, and he might get this Ghost Academy before the second round of Ghost can even be started. I don't know if
Inno just doesn't have enough left. He lost too many workers there. Zest is going to tie the series up.
Okay. You know what? I really like that. I think that it was like you were saying with we don't see Storm as much in that matchup because of Ghost and their improved Shock Nova or EMP, improved Shockwave for the bigger EMP radius. But he actually found a little timing where that was really good there. Ghosts weren't ready yet. There wasn't energy for them.
Yeah, I love that early Storm. And the thing about Storm is I feel like it's always good to have a little bit of Storm. Because if the EMPs have to focus on High Templar, that's a whole bunch of Zealots and, you know, whatever other units that they're not hitting. And if they don't hit the High Templar, Storm is pretty damn good. So I think it's a nice thing to have, like, even if that game goes longer, I feel like Zest is totally fine having Storm, have a few High Templar around, maybe grab a Warp Prism.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I also really like it's been a thing. It's not super common. I was kind of hoping it would be. But yeah, put 4 High Templars in a Warp Prism and shuttle them around like Brood War again.
Something you can only do if you're one of the best of the best. And this guy certainly is in the upper right-hand corner of Oxide for Dragon Phoenix Gaming. He is Zest.
Oh, he's not pink anymore.
No, he's not.
In the bottom left, representing Kaizi Gaming, the Blue Terran. He is Winovation.
Ooh. Little prediction there? A little prediction out of you?
I like I said earlier, I think, you know... Okay. Getting a little cheeky with this barracks out on the map.
Do we call that a proxy? It's kind of just like a hidden...
Yeah, this is just a prank Zest. This is a mind game, I think. It might be for a little bit closer to Reaper. We'll see if there's a second one. I think the SCV would already be starting it, though, if there was. But yeah, I think Inno in general is the stronger player. See how it shakes out, though.
I feel like Inno's the more consistent player, but I don't know if I'd say he's the stronger player.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, I'll buy that.
Like, Inno's got that Hero Marine thing, where, you know, if he played the same weekly tournament every week, he'd probably just win it most of the time. Because, yeah, sure, like, a lot of times he'll just win. You know, his standard against Zest standard, you know, Innovation probably has a winning record there. But the thing about Zest is he's not always going to play standard. Although, granted, apparently neither is Innovation, as there's a factory going down next to this barracks.
Okay, this is very far back. He's definitely putting Zest into doing something. Like, there's not a Zealot started yet, or a Shield Battery or anything. Granted, the Cybercore just finished.
I mean, what do you think here is Zest, right? You're not seeing anything go down. No command center, no factory. A Marine runs home. I think right now you're thinking, okay, the barracks is really close. This is just a mind game, right? But
maybe?
This is a 1-1-1. This looks like a Hellion drop to me, actually.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we're just gonna get 4 Hellions and a Medevac and drop the main. Still no shield batteries from Zest, and I think if you're playing Protoss and you're ever remotely unsure about what's going on, a shield battery in your mineral line is never a bad idea.
Shield
Okay, he is
batteries
getting one
are pretty good.
natural.
Yeah, the one at the natural, it's kind of far away from his probes, though. We'll see if he goes Oracle first. I actually would kind of love to see him go Phoenix first, but I guess the Oracles could target down Hellions. And, well, whatever it is going to be, the Hellions are here first, so they're just going to dive right on in, and it's going to be a Widowmine drop follow-up.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to get a lot of damage. Maybe not. Adept actually kind of chew through those Hellions.
Yeah, the Adepts take it down. Only 3 probes going down. But the Widowmine drop follow-up, it's almost there. It's going to be 4 Widowmines as well. Oh my god, there's an armory with this. Oh, this is going to be brutal.
You know,
God. This is going to be awful.
Zest has been beating Inno pretty consistently recently.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Damn.
Well, Medevac's going to fly in right over a pylon.
Yeah, I mean, Zest sees this, but the problem is, even if he gets a tag off, it's not going to hit all 3 of these Widow Mines.
Yeah, and he dropped that mine on the high ground up there. I don't know. Okay, he got 3 probes. That one on the high ground just weirds me out, in between the main and the natural.
Yeah, it is kind of in a weird position. I don't know if he can hit... Oh my god, another mine just walks in. All right, he's going to get a tag on 2 of the mines. Oh my god, but he's not killing this one. If Inno can get it burrowed again. Oh, he's not watching. Oh my god.
Man, this is so tedious to clean up, though.
Yeah, this is so... Oh my god, another massive connection. Just in time. We have a freeze frame. Oh no, it's either Artosis or Pig. Those are our 2 barcodes today.
Oh no.
Emil. It's Emil.
Yeah, I kind of half feel like Innovation meant to drop that mine in the natural, like on the low ground actually, but he just dropped it a little split second too soon.
But it's still up there. It's still on the high ground.
Yeah.
It hasn't been tagged yet. And it can hit the probes, I'm pretty sure, from there. This is going really well for Inno. That being said, his command center is like a third of the way done.
Yeah. I don't know what his follow-up here is either. This is the hard thing. He's like still kind of just pumping mines behind this.
Yeah, he's just trying to be really annoying. I mean, with that armory done, he can just continue to be annoying. Oh, another mine connection over here. I don't know what it hit, but it sounded like an Adept died.
Yeah, 12 probes went on. Where are these?
Oh my god. 19 now. 23 probes in total have died.
Where are these mines coming? What is with the shuttle service?
Oh, I know. It's too good. The Medevac's staying alive. 2 more mines. They just drop in at the front. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is so brutal. Honestly, if this was a ladder game, I would leave.
Yeah.
I'd be gone. I'd have been gone as soon as the first mine drop came in. Like, Zest is really fighting for this.
Zest is not really microing well against this either. Like, you can time your Adept shade, so you move the Adept into range, detonate the mine, and then your shade finishes, and you dodge the mine. And he looked like he was trying to do that, but he just lost an Adept for free.
Oh man, and now the mine on the map strategy is happening too. Innovation just spreading out the next few sets of mines that he's making. And his command center's done. He's up a few workers, not a ton of workers, but a few workers. And I mean, Zest has Phoenixes out, and that is what Zest has right now.
Yeah, I mean, I like the mines scattered all over. He's like, you're going to leave your base. You are both going to pay for it, and I will know about it. Speaking of.
Oh my god. Oh no. Oh my god.
That's horrific.
And there it is. Well, that's 2 games in this series that Widowmine's hitting Phoenixes has caused a GG from Zest.
I feel like Inno has identified the weak points. And now he's just going for the jugular.
I think for most players, the weak point is perma-invis Widowmines.
They're so hard to split against, even, like, especially when they're all spread out all over your bases. You have to deal with workers, and
And this is part of why I feel like you can't just go Phoenixes every game. It has weaknesses, and Inno's standard play, it might be good against that, but it's got its weaknesses, and Inno is like, I gotta build that is great against Stargate openings.
Yeah, I don't hate it, that's for sure. I definitely agree with you. Zest needs to mix it up. I'm just not sure how. Like maybe Twilight Council for Blink Stalkers and try and pressure against STEM or something. This is just me spitballing.
Yeah, I mean that would be what I'd be looking for. We haven't seen a Blink Stalker game just yet, and I feel like that's the most common way to play this usually.
Yeah.
So I really wouldn't hate just like a standard Blink Stalker opening, not like an all-in or anything, but
yeah, just some light, tasteful pressure, not an all-in.
Yeah, some tasteful pressure.
You know, season to accentuate the game.
Right.
Not
Right. Well, building Blink Stalkers against Terran does naturally season it, because there's a lot of salt usually.
I love Blink Stalkers. They're so much fun.
They're a lot of fun to use. But man, when they are good, they are good. They are
like all my
super
favorite
strong.
units to play with are Protoss. I should just switch to Protoss.
Just switch to Protoss. Me too. I should just switch. We'll just both switch to Protoss.
Easy. Will contribute to the problem of NA Zergs going extinct.
Oh, rest in pepperonis, NA Zergs.
You had a good run, NA Zergs.
Yeah.
All right, in the top left corner, the Blue Terran, repping Kaizi Gaming. He is Innovation, going for the win, the Winovation.
He's one game away from it, but his opponent's going to be fighting back. His opponent says, no, I am best. For Dragon Phoenix Gaming, he is Zest.
We've identified the problem here too. Last game, Zest was in red, not pink. So now that he's back on brand, in pink he had a 50% win rate.
Big
As
true.
red, he had a 0% win rate.
Big
so
true.
Here.
There you go. I mean, this is proof that you have an infinitely higher win rate when drinking pink drip.
Yeah,
Infinitely higher.
Objectively true.
Yeah.
Oh no, Innovation, what are you doing? Why is that barracks in your base?
Right?
What? That's not where that's supposed to be.
Come on. Didn't we learn anything from 2018 Maru?
Okay, well speaking of, he's sending out an SCV. I think that's just a scout though. Yeah, it's just
Yeah,
scout
it's
SCV.
scouting SCV. It's going to be Marine, no Reaper here for Inno. Interesting choice.
Oh, he's gonna see that probe. Oh, did he put it together that probe was angled to proxy? I think he was gonna proxy it behind those rocks.
I think he was too. That looked like a solid proxy choice there for Zest. But now the probe's like, damn, I was spotted. I gotta go home.
That probe looked like, you know, when you find a little kid with their hand in the cookie jar. That's what that probe looked like.
What's going on, bud? Nothing's happening here.
A cookie?
No, I don't even like cookies. What are you talking about? Well, that makes me really think that Zest was planning on going for like a Blink Stalker all in. That probe out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too late.
You know what I think the backup plan is? Here's the backup plan. DTs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down with that. I think you still want to try and get a pylon out on the...
Yeah, but he's gonna wait. Zest doesn't know if there's a Reaper or not, right? So maybe he's assuming there's like a Reaper scouting out on the map right now. He doesn't want to have a probe get caught out there. And with a Dark Shrine, if that's the plan, you can afford to send that probe out a little later, right?
Yeah, and especially since he's got it tucked away in the top corner of this base, if Inno scans the center like he should, he's unlikely to see that.
Yeah.
Which is kind of nice.
But it is just Blink.
Okay.
Which has made me realize that Zest has not gone DTs
in any of these games, and considering that 2020 Zest went DTs every single game against Terran, it's feeling a little weird.
That is, you're right. Zest was kind of a DT boy for a little bit there. He was an Invisible Min fan.
Yeah, which, I mean, you know, that's why he was winning. DTs are good units. What does this Marine move out? What?
What?
I'm gonna tell you right now, Stalkers win against Marines. Like, oh, they're gonna get a probe. 2 probes? No.
You got a probe and half a Stalker health bar.
I didn't even kill the probe heading down towards the 3rd. That's what I thought this was for. This is like a, I'm delaying your 3rd 5 Marines, but like, what?
Same? What?
Like, imagine if those Marines were hanging out to the side, and as this drop came in, then they walked into the mineral line. That'd be cool.
That would be pretty slick. I like that, actually.
But now this drop's gonna hit. Blink's gonna be done. Zest doesn't have to worry about 5 Marines at the front because they're dead. And I don't think this drop's gonna get anything done. I mean, I guess we'll see. Sneaking up the right hand side.
The observer's gonna pop right in time here just to see this. Oh, is it gonna see this? Is it gonna be close enough?
It might just. Oh, it finds it. Zest sees it, but has he seen it?
Of course, Zest knows. Of course.
Does he though? Does he though?
Maybe he actually.
Now
did.
he knows. It took him a second. That little blue dot in the corner wasn't moving, so he didn't recognize it. But the medevac, oh, it stays alive. Cyclone falls though, and that medevac is pretty stuck right now. He can try to boost it out of there, but with 14 hit points, that's a little scary.
The Cyclone was definitely the big force behind that poke. I don't think Stim even started.
No.
Yeah, ways off.
Yeah, he's building a barracks on the tech lab right now. That will be the one that starts Stim. Maybe it'll be the other one. Who knows? Few Stalkers gonna poke right now. There is a siege tank though, so they're not gonna be able to stick around very long.
Yeah, not patience. Not gonna blink on that tank.
No, Zest a little more reserved than that. It was the other barracks that started Stim. I'm sorry, guys. I lied to you.
Oh, man. Turn in your card. Maybe this one will start. Oh, it's combat shields. It's fine.
Yeah. No, I still feel bad. I'm. You know what? I won't cast ESL on Monday. I've gotta turn it in for a week.
This new caster didn't know that you always start Stim on the bottom barracks. That way the blue stalkers could blink in and snipe it.
Yeah. Duh.
This is my 14-page Team Liquid thread about it.
All right. Are you gonna add it on to the other one, or is this a whole new Team Liquid thread?
Yeah, this is gonna be a whole new thread.
Okay,
we gotta
cool.
just keep the mods busy.
Can you make sure to use a really bad picture of me too, like
Oh,
just to make me look extra dumb?
we're gonna find a really unflattering angle.
All right, cool.
Like
Thank
you know when you unlock your phone in the middle of the night and you're like, ugh, is that my chin? That. We're gonna find one of those.
Wow, that hurts. That's too real. Oh, auto turret harass. Killed 5 probes.
And drained all that shield battery energy. Wow.
Wow.
It always surprises me how much damage auto turrets. I don't feel like they do that much, and it's like, oh my.
Yeah, you can't. You don't really want to stick around them too long. They do a lot of damage. It's like locusts, you know. You're like, it's just a couple of locusts. They're not gonna. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah. And then once again, Storm finishing just before Stim Pack. Zest got a Warp Prism full of High Templars. He's got a couple more on the ground, so he's gonna have quite a fair bit of storms here.
Look at Innovation's army, though. Look at this setup for Inno. He's got a great wall in front of these tanks, a ton of bio, and the mine count is huge. It is a massive mine count.
Oh, he's gonna storm the mineral line.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Filthy.
Yeah, but at the same time, wait, why are probes going down on the other side of the map? What am I missing over here?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I didn't see it.
But a bunch of probes died as well, so I guess it doesn't really matter. you know, pushing out on the map now. He's like, maybe now's the time. High Templar are completely out of energy. There's 2 more in the prism. He wants to go back in. He's like, 1 more juicy storm and I'll get them all. Don't do it, Zest. It's not worth it. There could be Widow Mines. You don't know. Get out of there, bud.
Game
Pause, please.
EP.
Apparently this is Korean for pause. We've learned something today.
Bracket.
It's a sideways T and an L. Oh.
There you go. Maybe it's like a timeout. You know when you do the timeout symbol with your hands? That's what it is.
Yeah.
See? Big brain.
Timeout with a hat.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
All right. And we back.
This is a very scary push though from Inno.
Yeah, this is a terrifying push. He's up 20 army supply. His 1-1 is finished. Zest, I mean, this is going to be tough to hold. He needs to get some money storms.
Yeah, mine's are already broed in position. A couple of them are gonna go off on.
Yeah, it's only a few zealots though, tanking those shots. Really nice splits actually. That first storm was pretty solid. Zest is gonna pull the trigger and send everything else in. The Widow Mine's getting okay shots, but not the best. That is a great storm.
Yeah, these are psionic showers. They're just absolutely rinsing Terran off the face of the earth here.
Yeah, it's like, you know, I was gonna say something inappropriate there. I'm not gonna finish that up. So we'll just stop it right there. Very good storms. The weather was very bad.
Fair enough.
Yep, that's all we're gonna do.
Okay. Oh, but those mines.
Good splits from Zest though. This was something that was missing in game 1. I feel like was sending the zealots in and then pulling all but the one that's targeted back.
You're also getting your wish. Invisible Men Clubhouse is about to wrap up here.
Oh my god, my favorite building. Disruptors are out as well. God, these mines. Oh, these mines. Great mine shot. Kills a stalker, but you know what? Worth. Big worth.
The mines didn't get enough damage. I'm going to be very generous to my opponent. I'm going to donate my fucker.
I love the storm just like right on top of his own units. That's beautiful.
That's okay. Shields regenerate. It's fine.
Shields back online.
Well, Ghost's starting to hit the field. Advanced shockwaves about halfway done.
Yeah, there's a decent amount of ghosts here, actually. I've got a good amount of energy, so we should see some EMPs again, you know, with the mines out. But this time, Zest is playing much more carefully. He's been so much better against these mines than any of the other games so far.
Yeah, and also there aren't any High Templar. There's one High Templar. Oh, he's getting a couple of ghosts here out for free.
Oh my god, and there was the one High Templar with a beautiful storm, softening up a ton of these units. Disruptor Novas go out. They connect pretty well.
Yeah, Innovation just kind of eating that on the chin. I don't know what he was thinking there.
Yeah, there might just be too much here. Zest is going to take out this command center. And Innovation without a 4th base, I just don't think he can keep up pumping out enough units to deal with this.
The little bit of army he has is a bunch of scuffed up marauders, a couple Widow Mines in the high ground.
And every time he stims and has to pull back from a Disruptor Nova, like, his medevacs are getting low on energy. There's only 2 of them because the Stalkers have been sniping them off. More and more Widow Mines going down, so the Zealots are just going to get stronger and stronger.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit early to call it, maybe, but I definitely think we're getting a game 5 here.
DT Blink is on the way. I'm comfortable to call it. Even if Zest throws everything away here, I just don't think there's any way Inno is ready for Blink DTs to follow this up. And GG. Zest had enough there to finish the game and take us to a game 5.
Yeah, I mean, he also had Colossus wrapping up with that, so Zest really kind of had the whole tech tree unlocked, and he was ready for anything.
Yeah. It was
a
very Swiss Army knife Protoss. Very nice game there from Zest. You know, I just discovered a problem. I got a new camera yesterday, so I have 2 cameras right now. It's very nice. I keep looking at the wrong one. I'm just staring off into the distance like, that's not the camera I need to look at.
I keep forgetting I have mine on because every time I cast with you, I don't actually have it on. So I'm like doing ADHD wiggles, and every time I look over myself, I'm like, my mouth is just hanging.
That's all right. It's, you know, chat's doing the same thing. So
Chat's all at home in their sweatpants with their popcorn, like,
yeah, yeah. That's how I am when I'm watching StarCraft.
No, I want popcorn. Heck.
I could go for some popcorn. I have popcorn.
Ooh.
All right, we're gonna need some popcorn for the finish of this series as we get into Romanticide, my absolute favorite map in this current map pool, spawning in the upper left-hand corner, in the blue, representing Kaizi Gaming. It is Innovation.
And in the bottom right, the red Protoss repping that Dragon Phoenix Gaming is this. Oh, he's red again though. See, Zest, when he was playing pink, now 66% win rate. When he's playing red, still 0.
Oh, wow. 66.6% win rate.
True.
Listen, I'm not saying that pink is the color of the devil, but it could be. Could be.
Actually, if you watched a lot of Powerpuff Girls, him was still red, so...
That's true.
I think is the authority on all things devilish.
That's very accurate.
I still haven't seen that Lil Nas X video though, so maybe we've updated the new authority on Satan. The controversial one.
There was a lot of red in that video.
Okay.
I don't understand how that video can be controversial in current year.
See, that's what I thought too, and it's so funny because all the people I know who are all like love Kiss concerts and like Ozzy. I'm like, what?
How can you love Ozzy? I don't understand. Like the dissonance there. It's an interesting aspect of our modern day culture, though, isn't it?
Imagine being a human in current day society.
I try not to imagine it.
Ay.
What is this cheeky pylon that Zest has?
This feels like a PvP mind game pylon, and I don't like. It's definitely like I'm gonna hide my second pylon and pick up on it.
The Twilight Council here is really interesting as well. It's a very...
And that's such a cool game with that shade, by the way.
Did he mind gamed him?
Yeah, he's like, I'm gonna sit here and wait for the depth to finish before I pop up. And I don't know, it was just funny. Maybe it's just 4 or 5 a.m. loopiness kicking in.
Well, Inno spots the Twilight Council. It's just a blink. The Blink Council. Nothing crazy here at his Zest. He was like, you know what? That Blink Stalker went pretty well last game. Let's do that again.
Stalker? Damn near killed her.
Ew.
Oh.
That's kind of that sounds like a sad story.
But you know what? Inno actually getting stim at a reasonable time this time, so we don't even have a Templar archive started for Zest.
That's true. Much earlier stim, and this is the Faded 3 racks. A build I mentioned earlier and honestly did not expect to see. But this is a very powerful build.
When you said it, I was like, do you 3 racks at this level? Like, can you do that? Apparently.
Apparently. I mean, you know what? We're going to find out if he can. Because Innovation's doing it, but that doesn't mean it's good. So let's find out if Zest can hold this 3 racks.
I beg to differ. I think it might be good because Innovation is doing it, because he can make a ham sandwich look...
I mean, I don't know. If it doesn't win, I'm not comfortable calling it good if it doesn't win.
Fair enough. I mean, there is a universe where this just face plants and looks very silly, but also
I don't think that's likely to happen. I think it's gonna do some damage. I feel like Zest will hold,
But I feel like this is going to do okay for Inno. I guess we'll find out. He's moving out now. Zest, that is, with some stocky boys.
Blink Stalkers into a 3-Rax. This feels very like...
Well, this is what you have to do with the Stalkers. In order to defend a 3-Rax, you need to be out here and like poking and prodding at these units. But Stim is done. Zest has to be so careful. Oh my god, these Stalkers just walking forward. But nice little pickups there. He's going to be able to get out of here.
And he is keeping the Prism alive, so that's nice.
Yeah, I can't believe that Prism actually stayed alive.
+1 about to finish there for Innovation. I think the wind has pretty much been taken out of his sails here, though, too.
Yeah, it absolutely has. I mean, he's got a bunker coming up behind this. He knows that he's being attacked. He's the one that needs to be defensive right now. But he's got the right set of units. More Marauders popping out. I think Zest needs to not be super committed to this. But he's already got 4 gates. He is committed. He needs to find himself some damage.
Yeah, and he's adding on 3 more gates, even.
Oh, my God.
And
4 more gates. What a hero. Zest, game 5, he's like, let's heckin' go, dude.
With concussive shells, though, I think this actually gets more manageable for Innovation. He can actually pin the Stalkers and kill them, but that's a great force field on the ramp. Oh,
yeah, fantastic force field. Gets that bunker down, and now those units are stuck. There's no medevacs out. Oh, where's the follow-up force field? There it is. These Stalkers just going to get so much damage on the low ground. Innovation. Oh, no. I wish there was a little bit of splash damage here.
Right. Oh, just watching these SCVs so slowly attack is a little unsatisfying.
I want a Widowmine to go off or something, like an Archon. Just one Archon shot.
So filthy.
Oh, man. This is going just beautifully for Zest. He needs to be careful not to take a bad trade. He's gotten a lot of damage done. But he, again, with that many gates, he's pretty committed to this. He's going into a Robo Bay and a Forge now. So he's got more tech coming up behind this.
Yeah, I think he's correctly identified that he's not going to be able to kill Innovation here, but he is definitely super far ahead and has got everything he needs to done.
I love these force fields. Just trying to be as annoying as possible. The high ground vision with this Observer here. He's going to float into the main with the Prism as well. Try to get some damage with the Zealots.
I actually kind of like this because he's going to force the army back here, and it actually might let Zed get up this ramp. So maybe I'm wrong. And just kill him.
Oh, yeah. I think you're absolutely right. Oh, no, you're not. Okay, well.
Oh, okay.
But Innovation is going to try to move down the ramp, and that's not the winning strategy. He can't do it. As long as Zest force fields at all.
I kind of also feel like he has to at some point. You're right. I don't know how he pulls that stunt off.
All right, the medevacs for the flank. That is the way. And Zest needs to be careful not to overstay his welcome here. Tank on the high ground. That's going to be very helpful. Also, Zest, he pulls back just in time to avoid losing everything. I'm actually surprised Innovation is picking back up to the high ground.
I think he's a little bit cautious here of like an observer or something being there, and
I mean, there is an observer there, so I guess that's a good point. Zest able to see exactly what's going on in Innovation's base. Pulling for a counterattack. He does have a ton of Marauders with this. This is a very strong looking army. It's got 1/1 as well, but we've got 2 Colossi. Thermal Lance about to finish, +1 about to finish for Zest. I think, honestly, he holds this and wins the game right here. He's got charge done as well.
Yeah, I mean, like, you could maybe wedge the tank here in an annoying position and be able... This is just a ton of Protoss. Boys are being pulled behind them.
A couple of nice force fields, just bottlenecking this army so the Colossi do extra damage. Shield batteries on the way up, more Zealots warping in. The Prism kind of dives forward, but it's just tanking a little bit of damage here and there. The tank sieges up, but it doesn't get too much done, and it looks like Zest is pushing this back. There's still, again, a ton of Marauders in this. We're going to need another warp in of Zealots. But the pickups in the Prism, oh my god. GG.
blast that back into those super batteries, but I think the call to pull the boys and go is the only thing he had there. Zest gonna take it with the reverse, with the comeback there.
Yeah, not quite a reverse sweep, but definitely felt like he was not in a good spot after game 3. Like, Inno was looking very strong. Zest, it was looking a little rough, but he pulls it back. And I think game 4 was like, Zest like sat up in his chair for that game. You know, he leaned forward, and you were like, oh, you do know how to split against Widow Mines, you know? There's the Zest micro that we were expecting.
He had that anime villain moment where he just pushes up his glasses and goes into overdrive.
That's yeah, exactly. He does a bunch of crunches, and takes off his weighted clothing. All right. Well, that is it for the Pink Drip Pylon. Thank you to G Fuel and Matcherino for sponsoring this. If you guys haven't gone over to the Matcherino page, use that coupon code, done the quests, the sponsor quests, following G Fuel Energy, visiting the link. Please go do those so that the players can have more money, because more money for the players is more better.
That's how we put on future events for you guys, for you delightful buddies.
That's why they keep playing the video game.
Wow. Save esports, you guys.
Yeah, and while you're saving esports, go follow Ragnarokette on Twitter and on Twitch.
And follow Chickenman SC on Twitter and Twitch. Why? Why are you not following Chickenman? He's delightful. He's a chicken and a man.
Wow. And you're a Ragnarokette and a Grump. All in
That's
one.
true. I'm everybody's favorite internet curmudgeon.
That's accurate. That's accurate. Well, thank you for casting with me today. I had a lovely time.
I always have a blast whenever I get to cast with you for having me on. We'll do this again, hopefully sometime.
I believe that we will. And until next time, ladies and gentlemen, you all have a wonderful, wonderful evening or morning, wherever you happen to be. And enjoy this one final view of G Fuel Pink Drip.